There are nights in history when a single trembling flame illuminates more truth about wealth, fate, and human resilience than 1,000 triumphant victories ever could. Imagine an emperor alone in a war tent, the wind clawing at the canvas, the distant thrum of legions shifting in their sleep, and the plague creeping through the empire he is sworn to defend. His armor rests beside him. His crown lies untouched. In front of him, only a slab of wax and a stylus. Marcus Aurelius, ruler of the known world, writes not decrees or commands, but private reminders to himself. Words never meant to be read by anyone else. Words carved in darkness while an empire trembles. Control your mind, or the world will control you. Across the centuries, another figure sits in a villa overlooking the Tiber. Seneca the Younger, philosopher and financier, contemplates the weight of his vast fortune while Rome whispers that his wealth is unworthy of a Stoic. The firelight flickers against shelves filled with scrolls, but his gaze drifts somewhere far beyond the marble walls. He knows too well how quickly fortune shifts, how power cuts deeper than any blade, how even the richest man may kneel before fate. He writes not for praise, but for survival of the soul. Their worlds were harsh, unpredictable, full of turmoil. Yet from those storms came a quiet strength that still guides us today. A way of seeing wealth not as a fevered chase, but as a disciplined harmony between inner order and outer chaos. And in an age when markets convulse in minutes and fear ripples faster than reason, their voices return to us with a calm that feels almost otherworldly. If you find meaning in these forgotten echoes and want more journeys into ancient wisdom and financial clarity, you can support this work by liking the video, subscribing to the Echoes of Wealth channel, or offering a small donation to help keep these stories alive. On a warm evening in Rome, long before the fire that would remake the city's soul, Seneca the Younger stood on the balcony of his villa and watched the last spill of sunlight fade across the Tiber. The river carried the day's heat like a whispered warning. Rome had grown swollen with wealth and tension. Traders shouted over the clang of metalwork. Senators argued beneath porticos heavy with marble carvings. In every alley, in every marketplace, in every crowded insula, there was an uneasy feeling that the city had risen too fast, too bright, too proud. Even Seneca, a man accustomed to storms of politics and fortune, felt a quiet pressure in the air, something that pressed against the ribs with the insistence of prophecy. He was not born into calm. His life had been a long corridor of extremes. From the earliest days in Cordoba, he suffered a chest illness that nearly killed him. His mother Helvia sent him to Rome, hoping, perhaps desperately, that the intellectual life would strengthen his body. It did. He became a master of rhetoric, a sharp tongue cloaked in courtesy. A mind that could carve an argument like a sculptor brings form from stone. Yet the city, with its whirl of ambition and intrigue, also drew him into dangers that would shape everything he later wrote. He rose to prominence, then fell under accusation and exile. Banished to Corsica, he wandered its coastline with a sense of spiritual dislocation, teaching himself the one truth that would follow him all his life, that a man can be ruined or restored depending on how he handles the events he never chose. It was during this exile that he refined the principles that made him one of the most important Stoic thinkers in history. But when Agrippina summoned him back to Rome, his quiet philosophical life ended. He became tutor, then advisor, to a boy who would become emperor, a boy whose soul was being slowly sculpted by power into something monstrous. Nero. Seneca knew, even at the beginning, that proximity to power is a fire. It warms, but it also burns. And he stepped close anyway. Perhaps he hoped he could shape the young emperor into a just ruler. Perhaps he believed the mind could outwit the nature of ambition. Or perhaps, as some whisper, he recognized that influence brought wealth, and wealth could buy the freedom he had lost so many times before. Seneca rose higher than any philosopher before him. His villa estates stretched across Italy. His money-lending operations expanded into Britannia, where he issued large loans to tribal leaders trapped between rebellion and submission to Rome. These debts, gathered with a quiet efficiency, created resentment that would later erupt into the revolt of Boudica. The historian Cassius Dio writes that Seneca suddenly demanded repayment of large loans with harsh conditions, a move that added fuel to the rebellion that scorched Roman settlements. Whether Seneca personally ordered those demands or whether his agents exceeded their mandate is still debated. But even the rumor reveals something important about the philosopher's place in Rome. He was not merely a thinker. He was a financial force. A man who commanded capital with the same precision he commanded language. His wealth grew so immense that some sources place him among the richest men of the empire. His critics accused him of hypocrisy. How could a Stoic, a man who preached detachment from fortune, live surrounded by luxury? They whispered that he collected ivory furniture and lavish gardens, that his stud of horses rivaled the nobility. Yet others defended him, insisting he kept his wealth not out of indulgence, but necessity. In Rome, influence was a kind of armor. A man without resources could not survive the political storms that swept through the palace. Still, even with all his gold, Seneca could feel the ground shifting. Nero grew restless with any voice that reminded him of order. The young emperor surrounded himself with flatterers who encouraged his impulses. Performances in the theater, indulgence in pleasures, the execution of rivals. Seneca, once his closest counselor, felt his influence thinning like worn parchment. Then came the summer night when Rome began to burn. It started near the Circus Maximus, a small flame carried by a gust of wind, a stray spark from a vendor's stall, a careless ember caught in straw. Nobody noticed until it was too late. Fire moved through Rome the way a fever moves through a body. Fast, unforgiving. The ancient wooden structures surrendered at once. Temples cracked. Markets fell. Luxurious homes along the Palatine Hill began to crumble, their mosaics glowing beneath the blaze like jewels in a furnace. People ran through smoke-choked streets, dragging children, clutching small bundles of heirlooms they hoped the fire had not yet claimed. Seneca watched the glow rise over the horizon from his villa. Some accounts say he attempted to help organize relief efforts. Others claim he feared this might be the moment Nero turned against him completely. For years, tension had simmered between them. Nero believed Seneca had grown too wealthy, too respected, too morally unyielding. and when the flames surged across the city, whispers began circulating almost immediately that the emperor himself had ordered the fire to clear space for his golden palace. Whether true or not, the rumor became a weapon. Someone would need to take responsibility. Someone would need to carry the weight of suspicion. Seneca understood that fortunes are fragile. They glow bright, then collapse. They gather slowly, then vanish in a single decree. And he knew that political fire often burns hotter than the flames consuming Rome. In those days after the Inferno, when ashes drifted through the air like black snow, Seneca must have sensed that the world he had built was drawing to its final, narrowing point. Yet from this moment emerges the Stoic lesson that anchors the chapter. The philosophy that grows out of flame, urgency, and loss. That a man must love fate even when fate tears at the foundations of everything he has gathered. Before moving into that philosophy, pause with the image of Seneca on that balcony again, the fire painting his face with its fevered glow, his fortune vulnerable, his influence fading, his life suspended between power and downfall. In that fragile moment, he discovered a truth that still guides the disciplined investor today. The morning after the Great Fire, Rome moved like a wounded creature. Smoke lingered in the air, settling into the folds of cloth, into the lines of faces, into the breath of every passerby. Senators gathered in temporary meeting places, whispering about blame. Merchants stood before the charred remains of their shops in stunned silence. The emperor's image, once framed by divine authority, now flickered with uncertainty. And Seneca, who had spent a lifetime navigating the turbulent currents of Roman politics, stepped into a world transformed by ash. Rumors carried their own kind of fire. They needed no wind, no spark, only fear. Some claimed Nero had stood on a tower singing while the city burned. Others insisted it was a plot to rebuild Rome according to his own extravagant vision. And in the palace, those closest to power sensed a shift in the emperor's gaze. Restlessness, suspicion, the instinct of a ruler who believed the world was conspiring against him. Seneca knew the signs. A student of human nature, he recognized that Nero's mistrust had begun to settle on him like a shadow that lengthened with every passing hour. Seneca understood how swiftly favor could turn to danger. In the early years of Nero's reign, he had been the steadying force behind the throne. Alongside Burrus, the commander of the Praetorian Guard, he shaped imperial policies, tempered the young emperor's impulses, and helped maintain a delicate peace within a city ripe with rivalries. The historian Tacitus suggests that these early years were marked by a rare harmony between philosophy and power, a time when Seneca's moral influence helped steer Rome towards moderation. But that harmony was fragile, and Burrus, his greatest ally, had died. With his death, the last barrier between Nero and unrestrained authority vanished. The fire only accelerated what had already begun. Nero needed someone to bear the weight of suspicion, someone whose removal could calm the public and secure his control. Seneca saw his position collapsing like the burnt structures of Rome itself. He tried to withdraw from public life. He offered to return his entire fortune to the emperor, an unprecedented gesture meant to show loyalty and reduce Nero's anxiety over his wealth. but Nero refused. The refusal was not a sign of trust. It was the tightening of a snare. By allowing Seneca to remain wealthy, the emperor preserved the grounds for future accusations. Power often keeps its enemies close, not out of affection, but out of calculation. It was during these grim days that Seneca wrote some of his most profound reflections. His essays from this period reveal a man wrestling not with poverty, but with the precarious nature of prosperity. He wrote that wealth is only a loan from fate, one that can be reclaimed without notice. A wise man, he said, must walk through life ready to part with everything, even before the world demands it. But these ideas were not abstractions. They were tethered to the realities he faced each morning when he opened his eyes and felt the empire pushing him toward the edge of ruin. The fire had exposed Rome's fragile infrastructure, but it also exposed the fragility of political alliances. Nero began surrounding himself with new advisors, men who saw Seneca's moral influence as an obstacle to their own ambitions. Tigellinus, the new prefect of the Praetorian Guard, whispered that Seneca's wealth was a sign of treachery. Others suggested the philosopher had used his influence to enrich himself at the empire's expense. These accusations carried a familiar stench. Rome was built on envy and suspicion. A man who rose quickly inspired admiration. A man who rose too high inspired fear. Seneca's own past did not help his defense. His stay in Britannia had left behind unresolved tension. When Boudica revolted against Roman rule, ancient sources recorded that Seneca demanded repayment of massive loans, pushing the tribes toward rebellion. Whether or not Seneca personally issued those demands, the event stained his reputation. Enemies used it as proof that he was both greedy and reckless. They painted him as a philosopher who preached virtue while manipulating finances like a cold strategist. Even his works, praised by some for their clarity and depth, became weapons in the hands of rivals who claimed his polished wisdom masked a devious heart. Yet, in private letters, Seneca revealed a mind deeply aware of his contradictions. He admitted he struggled with wealth. He confessed he was not the perfect philosopher he wished to be. Instead of claiming purity, he embraced the difficult truth that moral progress is a struggle, not a destination. A soul at war with itself is often the most honest of all. And in this, Seneca's writings resonate across time. They show that even the wisest thinkers confront the gaps between their ideals and their actions. The Stoic path is not a pedestal. It is a journey through fire. As the political temperature continued to rise, Seneca withdrew further from the palace. He spent long hours at his villa, walking among the gardens, reading the works of earlier Stoics, and reflecting on the meaning of control. He observed that a person who clings to status invites suffering. A person who clings to wealth invites fear. A person who clings to power invites ruin. Freedom, he wrote, belongs only to those who can let go. It is the man who can walk away from everything who possesses everything. This was not resignation. It was resilience. The kind of resilience forged in exile, sharpened by accusation, and tested by an emperor whose temper could turn lethal without warning. And amid all this tension, there was still something deeply human about Seneca's condition. He cared for his wife, Pompeia Paulina, a woman known for her devotion. He cherished moments of quiet reading. He admired the beauty of the natural world. Even as Rome seethed with political chaos, Seneca found pockets of stillness, as though reminding himself that life's worth must be found within, not granted by the whims of rulers or the temporary glow of fortune. But the world around him was changing with frightening speed. The fire was only the beginning. New conspiracies took shape. New accusations circulated. Nero's paranoia deepened. And Seneca, aware that he had reached the last leg of his long and dangerous path, turned his eyes inward once more, searching for the core of Stoic truth that could guide him through the gathering storm. From this crucible emerges the central principle of the chapter, a philosophy not born in calm, but wrung from catastrophe. The idea that fate must not merely be endured, but embraced. A lesson that would later become the backbone of Stoic resilience, and the foundation for how we navigate fear in today's volatile financial world. The night grew colder in the months after the fire, as though Rome itself were retreating into a long breath of doubt. Seneca's villa, once alive with conversation and the rhythm of students reading aloud, became quieter. Servants walked softly. Visitors arrived reluctantly. And behind closed doors, the philosopher felt the weight of a city that no longer trusted its own stability. Wealth had always been a fragile companion, but now it trembled under the pressure of a ruler who believed himself surrounded by enemies. Seneca's past rose before him like a gallery of warnings. He had navigated political storms before, had tasted exile, accusation, jealousy. But this was different. Nero's suspicions were no longer passing moods. They crystallized into something sharper, something irreversible. Even the smallest gesture could be interpreted as rebellion, a delayed message, a private gathering, a change in tone. When power becomes frightened, it sees danger everywhere. And Seneca understood that the emperor he had once guided with patient counsel now looked upon him with the eyes of a man expecting betrayal. It was in these darkening days that Seneca turned with even greater urgency to philosophy, seeking an anchor within the chaos. His writings from this period, particularly his moral essays and letters, show a mind intensely focused on detachment. He urged Lucilius, his friend and correspondent, to rehearse misfortune mentally so that no calamity could strike the soul unprepared. He encouraged the practice of voluntary discomfort, eating simple meals or sleeping on the floor to remind oneself that luxury is not essential. These exercises were not meant to glorify hardship. They were training for the moment fate decides to test its hold on a man. But Seneca's thoughts extended beyond personal loss. He had seen too much of the financial machinery of the empire to ignore its fractures. As advisor to Nero, he had observed the dangerous symbiosis between political power and economic pressure. Rome's wealth flowed through vast networks of trade, taxation, and debt, but beneath it all pulsed a restlessness, a constant fear that abundance could vanish in an instant. Fires, revolts, epidemics, military defeats, or even the whims of emperors could shatter the illusion of permanence. And in this way, Seneca's life foreshadowed the lessons of modern markets far more than most realize. One little-known detail illustrates this connection. Seneca invested heavily, not only in land, but in financial instruments that resembled long-term loans and ventures. He used intermediaries to manage these assets, ensuring that his influence stretched far from Rome. Scholars have debated whether he pioneered a rudimentary form of diversification by spreading his investments across multiple territories. If true, it would mean Seneca was one of the earliest figures to understand the importance of shielding wealth from localized catastrophe. Yet even those precautions could not protect him from the most dangerous variable of all: human ambition. This was the silent truth that pressed against him. Wealth can shield a man from hunger. It can buy allies, homes, comfort, but it cannot shield him from jealousy. And in Rome, jealousy was a more potent force than iron or fire. Public opinion shifted like waves under moonlight, never still. One day, Seneca was celebrated as the moral guide of the empire. The next, he was rumored to be secretly manipulating Nero, angling for power, collecting wealth through the misery of provinces. These accusations did not need to be true. They only needed to be believed by the right people. Seneca's relationship with Nero deteriorated not only because the emperor grew cruel, but because the philosopher refused to lie for him. When Nero's mother, Agrippina, became a threat, the emperor devised her murder with chilling theatricality. Seneca's role in shaping the official narrative remains contested by historians, but one thing is certain: the moral burden weighed on him. He had hoped to guide Nero away from tyranny, yet he found himself trapped in a web of political crimes he could neither prevent nor escape. Every step he took to preserve stability seemed to bind him more tightly to the emperor's darker decisions. This growing dissonance can be felt in Seneca's later letters. He writes of the exhaustion that comes from serving those whose values diverge from your own. He warns that living close to power corrupts not by intention, but by proximity. A man exposed to the whims of rulers must constantly bend or brace himself, and both actions erode the soul. These reflections were not abstract meditations. They were wounds disguised as wisdom, and yet, despite the dangers, Seneca maintained a remarkable inner discipline. He rose early. He read classic works with the reverence of a man preparing for a final examination. He practiced daily reflection, asking himself each night what he had done well, what he had done poorly, and what he had left undone. This practice, rooted in Stoic tradition, allowed him to maintain mental clarity even as the world around him frayed. It was his way of preserving autonomy when external freedoms vanished. One lesser-known story from this period reveals the profound tension between Seneca's wealth and his philosophy. A group of poor citizens once petitioned him, pleading for lighter loan terms. Seneca reportedly listened quietly, then invited them into his villa. Instead of dismissing them or promising reforms, he gave them a single instruction. He asked them to walk through his home and observe everything carefully. When they returned, he asked what they had noticed. They described a villa far simpler than they expected. Modest furniture, fewer servants than rumored, rooms without excessive decoration. Seneca told them that rumors inflate the wealth of any public figure. He said he lived with far less luxury than Rome imagined. And though historians debate whether this event truly occurred, The story itself speaks to the tension that surrounded him. A philosopher who urged restraint, yet stood accused of extravagance. A man who taught simplicity, yet wielded enormous financial power. A thinker who believed in virtue, yet served an emperor known for vice. These contradictions made Seneca human, and they made his writings enduring, for he never claimed perfection. He admitted he struggled. He acknowledged the gaps between his ideals and his actions. He understood that philosophy is not a performance, but a continual effort to align one's soul with reason. And as Rome rebuilt itself after the fire, Seneca realized that he too must rebuild the one structure he could control, his inner world, the world of judgment, perception, and choice. It was this reconstruction, invisible to others, that fortified him for what would come next. The final unraveling of his relationship with Nero, the accusations that would soon surface, the conspiracy that would seal his fate. But before those events arrived, Seneca immersed himself in the essence of Stoic truth. He revisited the question that had haunted him since exile. If everything external can be taken away, what remains? This question, born from the collapse of his political life and the destruction of Rome itself, forms the bridge into the chapter's spiritual core. In the dimming light of his final years, Seneca began to sense that philosophy had prepared him for a moment he could no longer postpone. Rome was recovering from the fire with a strange, fevered energy. New construction projects rose from the ashes, grander than anything before. Nero planned a palace of unimaginable scale, a place where walls shimmered with gold and ceilings seemed to mimic the sky. To the citizens, this ambition felt unnerving. To Seneca, it felt like an omen. The emperor's extravagance revealed a deeper truth. Nero no longer cared for guidance. He rejected restraint. He had built his identity not around governing, but around performing, surrounding himself with flatterers who encouraged every fantasy. Seneca saw that his time as counselor had ended. It was not a fall from power. It was an awakening. Influence grounded in wisdom cannot survive in a court that thrives on indulgence. And Seneca, with a clarity sharpened by decades of political turmoil, prepared to step away from the heart of danger before it swallowed him completely. He approached Nero with the request to retire from public life, hoping that distance might soothe the emperor's suspicions. He offered his wealth again, insisting he wished only for the peace to study, write, and tend to his health. But Nero refused once more. The refusal chilled Seneca more deeply than any winter breeze. He sensed it was not a gesture of affection, but of control. A ruler who keeps a man's wealth tied to him keeps the man tied as well. It was a silent message, a reminder that Seneca's freedom had grown conditional. Pressure mounted in subtler ways. Allies stepped back. Former students distanced themselves, unable to risk the emperor's displeasure. Tigellinus, the new prefect of the Praetorian Guard, watched Seneca's every movement with the alertness of a wolf circling an aging stag. Even the villa staff carried themselves differently, as though aware that the household lived under scrutiny. Seneca noticed the shift in their eyes, the way people spoke less freely, the way they paused before entering a room, unsure who might be listening. It was during this tense period that Seneca devoted himself more intensely to spiritual exercises than ever before. He practiced negative visualization, imagining the loss of wealth, status, health, and life itself, not as a morbid ritual, but as a way to strip fear of its power. He walked through his gardens in the early dawn, touching the leaves with a tenderness that came from knowing he might not see another spring. He reread the works of his mentors and predecessors, especially the writings of Attalus the Stoic, who had taught him that a philosopher must be prepared to stand alone. One lesser-known episode from these final years reveals just how deeply Seneca trained his mind for adversity. During an illness that left him bedridden for days, he insisted on keeping a slave nearby, not to comfort him, but to read aloud accounts of great men who had suffered with dignity. He believed that courage was not something to summon spontaneously, but something forged long before it was needed. And in the quiet of those nights, listening to stories of endurance, Seneca sharpened his own capacity to confront whatever fate might deliver. More troubling, however, were the political currents swirling outside his villa. A conspiracy began to form in the shadows. Senators, knights, poets, and soldiers, each disillusioned by Nero's excesses, whispered about removing the emperor and restoring the dignity of the republic. This was the Pisonian conspiracy, one of the most ambitious plots of Nero's reign. And though Seneca did not participate, rumors tied him to it. His withdrawal from court, his reputation among the educated elite, and his strained relationship with Nero made him a convenient figure to suspect. The emperor's paranoia intensified. His gaze sharpened. His fear needed a target. Seneca felt the tension in the very air. Each time a rider approached his estate, he wondered whether it carried the order for his arrest. Each letter he received, even from trusted friends, seemed heavy with possibility. His sleep grew light, his meals smaller, and yet, amid this slow tightening of fate, his clarity deepened. He wrote that a wise man should prepare for death not with dread, but with acceptance, for death is not the tragedy most imagine. What matters is how a person meets the final moment, whether with fear or with presence. In his philosophical works from this period, Seneca explored the theme of letting go with remarkable depth. He wrote that fortune is an unpredictable companion, but reason is faithful. He argued that the true measure of a person is not how they prosper in times of abundance, but how they stand in times of adversity. He reminded himself and his readers that external events cannot harm the soul unless the soul grants them permission. These reflections were not merely intellectual exercises. They were rehearsals for the trial that approached like a slow tide. And through all this, Seneca's wealth, the great symbol of his influence and vulnerability, became a central object of contemplation. He had spent decades accumulating land, property, and financial leverage, believing that resources offered security in an unpredictable world. Yet now he understood the paradox at the heart of fortune. The more one possesses, the more tightly one becomes held by invisible strings of obligation and fear. A wealthy man is sometimes less free than a poor one because he has more to lose. And Seneca, who had once believed wealth could provide autonomy, now recognized that true autonomy requires the courage to relinquish. In a remarkable passage from one of his letters, Seneca writes that the wise man should live as though he has already lost everything. Not because loss is inevitable, but because freedom is impossible without detachment. This was not a renunciation born from cynicism. It was a liberation born from clarity. A mind that expects nothing cannot be shaken. A soul that clings to nothing cannot be broken. His reflections grew more serene, even as the world grew more threatening. He wrote with a tone of acceptance, as though speaking from a vantage point above his own life. The tension that once tormented him began to dissolve into something calmer. A man who recognizes the limits of control becomes a man who fears little. And Seneca, despite his looming fate, had reached a state of inner stability that even Nero could not touch. By the time the conspiracy surfaced and the emperor sought vengeance, Seneca had already prepared himself, not for defeat, but for alignment with the philosophy he had carried for decades. A philosophy rooted in acceptance, resilience, and the quiet strength of a mind that holds firm even as the world trembles. And it is from this inner transformation that the chapter's spiritual core emerges. The bridge that leads us from the fire, the suspicion, and the political terror into the heart of Stoic wisdom. In the early mornings of Nicopolis, when the sea breeze curled gently through the colonnades and the first glow of light touched the white stone of the city, a thin, unassuming man walked slowly along the courtyard of his Stoic school. His students often arrived before him, whispering in hushed tones, for they knew their teacher valued silence at dawn. They watched him approach with the quiet reverence usually reserved for senators or generals, yet this man had never commanded armies nor governed provinces. He carried no emblems of rank. His clothing was simple, his stride slightly uneven, the result of an injury inflicted long ago. Still, there was a power in him that exceeded the authority of any nobleman. His presence softened the noise of the world itself. This was Epictetus, born a slave, raised in hardship, molded by adversity until his mind shone with an authority no master could own. His life read like a contradiction to Roman expectations. Wisdom, in Rome, was meant to be inherited. Influence, purchased. Status, bestowed by birth. But Epictetus rose from a background so low that Rome barely acknowledged it existed. The household into which he was born belonged to Epaphroditus, a wealthy freedman of Emperor Nero. Epaphroditus was known for power that lingered in shadows, a man who managed imperial secrets and carried out discreet orders. To live under his roof was to witness the machinery of power in its rawest, most merciless form. Epictetus grew up observing this world from beneath it. He fetched water for men who debated the fate of provinces. He cleaned rooms where plans were whispered in the dark. He learned early that the wealthy feared losing influence more than they feared death, and that authority without wisdom turned even the privileged into prisoners of their own anxieties. His master's household was a gallery of moral extremes, cruelty beside kindness, ambition beside despair. It was in this atmosphere that his mind began forming the question that would define his life. What makes a person truly free? There is a story, recorded by ancient writers, that Epictetus suffered a crippling injury during his enslavement. Some said Epaphroditus twisted his leg deliberately to test his endurance. Others claimed a brutal overseer inflicted the damage. When asked about the incident, Epictetus reportedly replied with a serenity almost inhuman. He warned his tormentor that if he kept twisting, the bone would break. The man continued. The bone snapped. Epictetus responded, "I told you it would break." Not with anger, not with bitterness, simply a statement of fact, delivered as though pain had no dominion over his judgment. The story may be embellished by time, but its essence captures the core of Epictetus's mind. He understood, even in suffering, that external events belong to fate, but one's response belongs to the self. This clarity gave him a strength that confounded those who believed power flowed only from domination. Epictetus, a slave, possessed a kind of sovereignty his masters did not. They controlled his body. They controlled his labor. But they could not control his thoughts, his judgment, his inner posture. And this realization became the seed of a philosophy that would outlive empires. When Nero died and chaos swept the capital, Epaphroditus was executed under accusations of assisting the emperor's suicide. Epictetus was freed soon after, no longer bound by chains, but carrying the imprint of years lived under another's authority. Instead of seeking wealth or status, he walked a different path. He traveled to the city of Nicopolis, founded by Augustus, a place where merchants, philosophers, and travelers crossed like intertwining threads. Here, he opened a modest Stoic school, one that would soon draw students not only from Greece, but from across the empire. Roman aristocrats sent their sons to study under the former slave because they sensed something rare in him. He taught not from theory, but from scars. His school was unlike any other. Lessons were conducted not in grand lecture halls, but in open courtyards where sea winds carried the scent of salt and distant pine. Epictetus did not read from scrolls or recite the doctrines of earlier Stoics in a solemn monotone. He spoke directly, plainly, often sharply, confronting the illusions of his students with surgical precision. When a young aristocrat complained about an insult, Epictetus asked why words could wound a man unless the man believed them. When another boasted of his lineage, Epictetus pointed out that noble birth is merely an accident of fortune, not an achievement. He demanded that his students examine not the world, but themselves, their fears, their attachments, their expectations, their assumptions about what life owed them. And in doing so, he revealed a truth both simple and terrifying. A person's chains are often forged by their own desires. Many people misunderstand the stoicism of Epictetus. They imagine a cold, emotionless detachment, a rejection of the world's beauty and sorrow. But Epictetus was not cold. He was clear. He insisted that discipline of the mind allows a person to feel more deeply, not less, because clarity frees them from the distortions of fear and craving. He taught that joy comes from alignment with reason, not from the accumulation of wealth or the pursuit of admiration. And when he spoke of hardship, he did so with the compassion of someone who had felt its bite. In one lesser-known teaching, Epictetus described life as a banquet, not a feast one crashes greedily, but a gathering where each person accepts whatever is offered without grasping. "Do not reach across the table," he said, "and do not snatch the dish before it comes to you. But when it arrives, take it with grace." In this metaphor, wealth and status are no more than passing dishes, carried by unseen hands. Some receive them, some do not. The wise person treats both outcomes with equanimity. Yet even as Epictetus delivered these teachings, his world was not entirely insulated from political storms. The Roman Empire, shifting under new emperors and new crises, continued to shape the destinies of all who lived within its borders. His own writings were eventually compiled by his student Arrian, who recognized the significance of his teacher's voice. Without Arrian's devotion, Epictetus's teachings might have vanished into history's silence. Instead, they survived to become the spiritual backbone of emperors, generals, monks, and modern thinkers. This is the mythic arc of Part 2, a story of a man who rose from enslavement not through rebellion or ambition, but through the radical mastery of his own mind. A mastery so profound that centuries later, Marcus Aurelius would write in his private journal that he owed much of his clarity to the teachings of Epictetus. The emperor learned from the slave, a symbol, perhaps, of life's great paradoxes. And from this narrative emerges the spiritual heart of the chapter, the dichotomy of control, articulated with unmatched precision by the man who had lived its truth. The idea that freedom begins not with changing the world, but with changing the texture of one's own judgment. By the time Epictetus had established his school in Nicopolis, his reputation had grown into something close to legend. Travelers who passed through the city brought with them fragments of his teachings, stories of his piercing questions, and his unwavering composure. Many expected to meet a severe man, someone stern and forbidding, hardened by years of suffering. Instead, they found a teacher whose strength came not from force, but from gentleness. A man who could dismantle illusions without raising his voice. A man whose calm unsettled even the most privileged students because it reflected their own unrest back at them. Epictetus approached philosophy not as an academic performance, but as a craft, something shaped daily like the work of a sculptor or a blacksmith. He believed a person should train the mind the way an athlete trains the body. One moment of wisdom meant little without continuous practice. And he warned that the greatest obstacles to clarity were not external hardships, but the habitual patterns of thought that people carried inside themselves. These patterns, inherited from childhood, reinforced by society, must be challenged through deliberate effort. The heart of his teaching lay in a principle so simple, so clear, that it has echoed across nearly 2,000 years. Some things are in our control, and some things are not. This was the dichotomy of control, the philosophical foundation upon which the rest of Stoicism stands. Epictetus articulated it with a precision unmatched by any other Stoic, not because he sought elegance, but because he had lived on the boundary between freedom and slavery, and knew that survival depended on distinguishing the two. He told his students that the things they could truly control were internal, their judgments, their intentions, their desires, and their actions. Everything else, public opinion, wealth, the behavior of others, the rise and fall of empires, belonged to the realm of fate, not to be resented, not to be cursed, but to be acknowledged for what they were, forces beyond personal command. This distinction was not meant to make a person passive. It was meant to make them powerful. For when a person stops wasting energy on what they cannot influence, their strength gathers into a sharp, unbreakable focus. But Epictetus also knew that human beings struggle with this distinction. They cling to outcomes. They resent setbacks. They fear uncertainty. And so he used stories to illustrate the consequences of misunderstanding control. One tale he told involved a man grieving over the loss of his son. Epictetus did not criticize the grief itself. Stoics were never opponents of human emotion, but he questioned the judgment that followed. If the man believed that the world should have behaved differently, that fate had wronged him personally, then his suffering would deepen. But if he accepted that all things, even the lives of those we love, are subject to forces beyond our command, the grief would soften into something more bearable. He never dismissed sorrow. He simply stripped away the bitterness that often clings to it. His compassion was evident in the way he spoke to students who feared misfortune. When a young man confessed his dread of losing wealth, Epictetus gently asked whether wealth belonged to him or to fate. The student hesitated. Epictetus waited. The silence itself became a lesson. Finally, the student admitted that wealth depended on too many external variables to be entirely his. Epictetus nodded, not in triumph, but in understanding. Then he explained that fear only arises when the mind attempts to hold what is not truly its own. The more one claims ownership over the uncontrollable, the more one suffers. This clarity extended even to matters of identity. Epictetus observed that people often define themselves through roles, professions, and relationships, forgetting that these external markers can shift at any moment. A general can become a prisoner. A senator can become an exile. A wealthy man can become impoverished. A beloved person can fall out of favor. If a person roots their identity in these shifting sands, their sense of self will collapse each time the world changes. The only stable foundation, he taught, is the cultivation of inner virtue, the integrity of one's own character, built through conscious effort. His students struggled with this idea. Many came from influential families. They had been raised to believe that honor, status, and reputation formed the core of their worth. Epictetus dismantled these assumptions with surgical questions. If honor depends on other people, then how can it define you? If status can be stripped by a single imperial decree, how can it be the measure of your being? If reputation alters with rumor, can it truly reflect your character? These questions unsettled them, but they also opened something inside them. For in the emptiness left behind by these disrupted illusions, a new grounding appeared. The understanding that autonomy lies not in external achievement, but in the mastery of perception. One of his most profound teachings came in his distinction between what happens to us and how we interpret what happens. He insisted that events are neutral until the mind gives them meaning. Loss is loss only when interpreted as misfortune. Insult is insult only when interpreted as injury. Poverty is poverty only when interpreted as deprivation. This does not deny the reality of hardship. Instead, it reframes hardship so that the mind remains sovereign, even under the weight of difficulty. This sovereignty is what Epictetus called the inner citadel, a fortress within the self that no external power can breach. Not emperors, not fate, not suffering. A place built not through stone or steel, but through the slow, deliberate cultivation of discipline. This citadel, he said, is the true home of a free person. And that message carried a power that attracted generations of thinkers. The Stoic emperor Marcus Aurelius wrote in his private reflections that Epictetus's teachings shaped the foundation of his own discipline. Imagine the image for a moment. The most powerful man in the world, writing in solitude beneath the flicker of a campfire, studying the wisdom of a man born into slavery. An emperor learning freedom from one who had been denied it. A reversal of hierarchy so profound, it seems carved from myth rather than history. Epictetus's influence spread far beyond the Roman world. Early Christian ascetics borrowed from his teachings. Later philosophers, from the Renaissance to the Enlightenment, studied his work in pursuit of mental clarity and moral strength. In modern times, his ideas shaped therapeutic practices built around cognitive discipline. And today, his voice still echoes in the minds of those who seek calm amid chaos. Yet the true power of Epictetus's philosophy lies not in its historical impact, but in its personal application. He never argued that the world would spare us from pain or injustice. Instead, he insisted that the mind could rise above them. He knew this not as theory, but as lived reality. A man who learned sovereignty not from privilege, but from the refusal to surrender his judgment to circumstance. This is the spiritual heart of the chapter. The philosophy of a man who turned inward to find the strength that no external force could give him. A doctrine forged from experience, articulated with clarity, sustained through discipline. And from this inner world emerges the doorway into the final part of the chapter, the practical application of Epictetus's wisdom in the volatile realm of markets, risk, and emotional discipline. If the first half of Epictetus's life shaped the myth, and the second shaped the philosophy, then what remains is the bridge connecting his ancient clarity to the realities of the modern world. A bridge built not of rhetoric, but of application. His teachings were never meant to remain in cloisters or lecture halls. They were designed to withstand the marketplace, the battlefield, the courtroom, the unpredictable machinery of fate. And it is here, in the arena of uncertainty, that Epictetus's ideas illuminate the psychology of modern investing with a sharpness that feels almost prophetic. For the investor, as for the philosopher, the world appears full of forces beyond personal control. Markets rise and fall with the chaos of empires. Panic spreads faster than reason. Analysts predict confidently, then vanish when events contradict them. Entire industries evaporate in a decade. New ones appear from nothing. In such an environment, most people cling instinctively to outcomes, profits, forecasts, prices, trends, believing control lies in prediction rather than preparation. But this is precisely the mistake Epictetus warned against. He taught that stress arises not from external events, but from the belief that external events should obey our expectations. This is the precise mental error that destroys investors during bear markets. They believe the market owes them clarity, that prices should move according to logic, that volatility is unfair, that downturns are personal insults rather than natural cycles. Epictetus, who spent his life observing the fragility of human expectations, would say that such investors have handed their emotional stability to the winds. They suffer because they demand the world behave differently than it does. He would urge them to divide their concerns into two lists: what is up to them and what is not. This is the investor's dichotomy of control. In the realm of markets, what is not up to you includes the timing of recessions, the behavior of crowds during panic, interest rate decisions, corporate scandals, geopolitical shocks, sudden liquidity shortages, the irrationality of others, short-term price movements. A Stoic investor does not waste energy trying to predict or manipulate these forces. Instead, they focus their entire discipline on the aspects of investing that are truly within their control. These include the construction of their portfolio, the size of each position, their level of diversification, their tolerance for risk, their rules for when to buy and when to sell, their ability to sit with discomfort, their response to volatility, their time horizon, their research habits, their discipline in ignoring noise, their internal narrative about what a downturn means. Epictetus would say that if your peace depends on something outside this list, something not up to you, then you have already surrendered your freedom. He taught that serenity is not passivity. It is strategic discipline. It is the strength to place your energy only where it will produce certainty, even in small doses. In investing, that means building systems that operate independently of mood. It means rejecting impulse. It means designing your financial life around principles rather than predictions. And here, Epictetus becomes especially relevant to the psychology of the bear market, because a bear market, like adversity in life, exposes illusions that were easily hidden during periods of prosperity. In bull markets, everyone feels wise. Everyone feels insightful. Everyone claims credit for their gains. But when prices fall and volatility spikes, the emotional illusions collapse. Impulse rises. Fear widens. The mind reaches desperately for control where none exists. And the investor who never practiced detachment becomes the investor who panics. Epictetus would argue that this panic arises from a simple but dangerous belief: the belief that loss is failure. He rejected this idea completely. Loss is not failure. Loss is part of the natural order. What matters is whether the loss was tied to a rational decision made within the boundaries of what one can control. If you made the best decision possible with the knowledge available, then the outcome, good or bad, belongs to fate, not to your identity. This distinction may seem subtle, but it is the difference between a resilient investor and a fragile one. He often told his students that desire must be retrained, not to desire profit, but to desire clarity, not to desire winning, but to desire alignment with reason. In modern terms, he would say, your goal is not to predict the market, but to behave well within it. A Stoic investor, following Epictetus, cultivates a mental posture organized around the following insights. First, that downturns are inevitable and therefore unworthy of fear. Second, that volatility is information, not insult. Third, that emotional reactions are choices, not destinies. Fourth, that wealth is accumulated through consistency, not excitement. Fifth, that patience is not passive waiting, but active discipline. Sixth, that the desire for control is the root of financial suffering. Seventh, that preparation is a far more powerful tool than prediction. Epictetus would say that a bear market is a training ground, a place where the mind confronts the reality of its own attachments. Investors often claim they are long-term thinkers until prices fall. They claim they are patient until the market demands patience. They claim they seek independence until the crowd panics. In those moments, their philosophy is tested, and for many, it fails because it was never practiced. It was believed, but never embodied. This is why Epictetus insisted on daily mental rehearsal. He understood that humans never rise to the occasion. They fall to the level of their training. And in financial life, the training is not technical. It is emotional. It is the discipline to remain steady while others tremble, to remain strategic while others react, to remain calm while others spiral. This is not indifference. It is mastery. He would offer the investor one final piece of guidance, perhaps the most important of all. Do not tie your identity to your portfolio. For if your sense of self rises and falls with market movements, then you have become a slave to forces beyond your control. Wealth can be useful, honorable, and even virtuous when earned wisely. But wealth is not who you are. Wealth is a tool, a means, a resource for action. It is valuable only when it remains separate from your worth as a human being. Epictetus, who lived without possessions or luxury, would remind the investor that freedom is not found in abundance, but in detachment. The Stoic investor must learn to see money as a servant, not a master, as a means of building stability, not a measure of identity, as something to manage with discipline, not to worship with fear. If the modern investor internalizes this, something remarkable happens. Volatility loses its emotional grip. Bear markets lose their power to destabilize. And every financial decision becomes an expression of inner clarity rather than outer chaos. This is the practical legacy of a man who began life in chains and ended life as one of the freest minds in history. A man who taught emperors. A man whose philosophy survived not because it shielded people from hardship, but because it taught them how to walk through hardship without losing themselves. And now, having journeyed through myth and philosophy and stepped into the realm of financial application, Part 2 reaches its end. From here, the path leads into Part 3, where another figure in the Stoic lineage stands waiting, illuminated by the light of a world shaken by plague, uncertainty, and imperial resolve. There are certain years in Roman history when time itself seems to hold its breath, years when the veneer of imperial grandeur cracks, and beneath it, the raw machinery of survival reveals its grinding teeth. One such year arrived during the reign of Marcus Aurelius, when an invisible enemy crossed the borders of the empire, not with armies or banners, but with fever and breath. The Antonine Plague swept into Rome like a ghost carried on the wind, silent at first, then merciless. It began far from the capital, in the eastern provinces, carried by soldiers returning from campaigns against Parthia. Their victories were hollow, for they brought with them something the legions had not expected, a sickness that grew in the shadows of tents and marched beside them across deserts and mountains. As the troops moved westward, the plague followed their footsteps. Villages emptied. Caravans reported travelers collapsing on the road. Entire households fell silent in the span of a single night. But Rome, confident in its invincibility, did not yet understand the scale of what approached. Marcus Aurelius understood before the Senate did. From his military headquarters along the Danube frontier, he observed the early signs with the eye of a man trained to read both nature and fate. His legions reported unusual deaths. Supply caravans were delayed. Recruits dwindled. There was something unnatural in the pattern of attrition. Plagues had visited Rome before, but this one moved differently. It struck with sudden fury, lingered, then returned again and again like a tide that refused to recede. When the plague reached Rome itself, the city shuddered. The air grew heavy with incense as priests burned offerings, hoping to appease the gods. Citizens walked with cloths pressed to their faces. The streets, once vibrant with merchants and laughter, became corridors of unease. Temples overflowed with mourners seeking reassurance. And from the Palatine Hill, Marcus returned to a capital that no longer resembled the beating heart of an empire, but the trembling core of a wounded giant. It is difficult to grasp the scale of the Antonine Plague. Modern scholars believe it may have been smallpox, sweeping through populations with catastrophic lethality. Contemporary accounts describe fevers so intense they burned the mind, pustules that left survivors scarred, and a mortality rate that hollowed out entire towns. In some provinces, mortality may have reached a third of the population. The plague did not discriminate. It devoured slaves and senators, merchants and children, soldiers and scholars. Even Galen, the most renowned physician of the age, fled Rome temporarily, leaving behind a city desperate for answers. Marcus Aurelius did not flee. He remained at the center of the storm, moving through the imperial palace with a calm that seemed almost supernatural. He organized food distributions. He protected the families of fallen soldiers. He ensured the legions received supplies despite dwindling resources. He performed sacrifices not out of superstition, but to steady the minds of citizens. His reign, once guided by the ideals of philosophy, now became an exercise in endurance. Every night, after attending to the duties of a ruler burdened with impossible choices, Marcus would retire to his private chamber. And there, by the glow of a single lamp, he wrote in the notebook we now call Meditations. He wrote not to publish, not to persuade, not to secure his legacy. He wrote to remind himself how to remain intact while the world around him trembled. These writings, composed during war, plague, and despair, reveal the soul of a man wrestling with impermanence. "You could leave life right now," he wrote to himself. "Let that determine what you do and say and think." These words were not the musings of a detached philosopher. They were the lifeline of a man leading an empire through one of its darkest chapters. Marcus lost friends, advisors, commanders. He watched funerals multiply. He saw the treasury bleed. He absorbed the fear of a population unable to comprehend why the gods had allowed such suffering. And through it all, he held to the one truth that gave him strength. The universe does not consult our desires, One lesser-known detail from this period reveals the weight of his responsibility. When the plague claimed large numbers of soldiers, Marcus personally summoned gladiators to fill the ranks of depleted legions. It was a decision that shocked Rome. Gladiators were trained killers, yet they were also symbols of entertainment and brutality. To arm them for war was a sign of desperation. But Marcus saw the necessity with clarity. Survival required choices that comfort did not allow. Despite the chaos, he did not allow fear to distort his mind. He practiced what he had learned from predecessors like Epictetus, that while fate governs external events, the individual governs their response. And so, he guarded his inner world carefully. He wrote reminders to himself that fear does not prevent death, but prevents living. That complaints do not ease suffering, but deepen it. That despair narrows the mind while discipline enlarges it. But even Marcus Aurelius, with all his strength, felt the fragility of human expectation. The plague ravaged the empire's economy. Trade routes frayed. Grain shipments failed. Military campaigns stalled. Tax revenues collapsed. Entire industries fell silent. Rome, the eternal empire, began to understand its own vulnerability. This humility, forced upon the mightiest civilization of its age, mirrors the revelations that come to modern individuals during times of financial collapse. Because the plague did not only test Rome, it tested the notion of control itself. It confronted the empire with the truth that even the strongest structures can crumble when struck by forces beyond prediction. And it confronted Marcus with the philosophical crisis at the center of existence. How does one govern wisely when the world refuses to obey reason? This is the mythic arc of Part 3, an emperor standing against an enemy that cannot be seen or negotiated with. A ruler who carries on his shoulders the collective fear of millions. A thinker who writes not to escape despair, but to carve a path through it. From this story, a deeper spiritual truth emerges, a truth that Marcus Aurelius wielded with precision. And it is this truth that forms the philosophical heart of the chapter, the reminder of mortality not as terror, but as clarity. Memento mori. The call that sharpens focus, strips away illusion, and reveals the essence of what matters. When the plague tightened its grip on Rome, leaving silence where laughter had lived, and ashes where hope had stood, Marcus Aurelius turned inward with a seriousness that revealed the weight of a man who understood the fragility of everything he governed. His private writings became more urgent, more stripped of ornament, more intimate. They were not essays. They were reminders, anchors he hammered into the shifting ground of his own mind. In them, he rehearsed the philosophy that would support him when even the strongest institutions around him began to collapse. This inner work revolved around one idea that shaped his entire worldview: memento mori. Remember that you will die. It may appear an unsettling meditation, but to Marcus it was a source of extraordinary power. Death was the great equalizer, the force that stripped emperors and slaves of their illusions. To contemplate it was not morbid. It was clarifying. For Marcus, the awareness of mortality sharpened judgment the way a blade is sharpened against stone. He wrote, Think of yourself as already dead. You have lived your life. Now take what's left and live it properly. In another passage, he reminded himself that the span of a human life, even one crowned with imperial triumphs, was a moment suspended between two eternities. That perspective dissolved frustration, resentment, greed. It placed his fears in proportion. It taught him to see that suffering is bearable when stripped of the fear that exaggerates it. During moments when Rome's losses felt overwhelming, Marcus would remind himself that nothing in human experience is new. People have died before. Empires have struggled. Epidemics have swept through civilizations. Markets have risen and fallen. To see events as unprecedented is to inflate them with an importance they do not deserve. For Marcus, history's cycles offered comfort. What has happened will happen again. Humanity survives precisely because it understands this rhythm. This perspective did not make him indifferent. It made him resilient. When a trusted general died from the plague, Marcus did not collapse into despair. He honored the man's virtue, reflected on the inevitability of his passing, and continued his duties. When trade routes faltered and famine threatened the provinces, he did not blame fate or curse the gods. He focused on the practical measures within his control. He redirected grain shipments. He safeguarded military outposts. He stabilized the treasury with emergency measures. His acceptance of mortality did not weaken his leadership. It strengthened it. A little-known detail from his reign reveals the depth of his philosophical discipline. When the plague reached the front lines, soldiers began abandoning their posts in fear. In earlier centuries, an emperor might have ordered mass executions to restore discipline. Marcus did not. He understood the human instinct behind their terror. Instead of punishment, he offered them the option to remain or to withdraw. Many chose to return out of admiration for his restraint. Authority rooted in fear may command obedience, but authority rooted in dignity commands loyalty. His commitment to memento mori extended to his own family. When his co-emperor Verus died, likely from the plague, Marcus mourned him with genuine affection, yet his writings reveal that he understood the loss without despair. Life, he reminded himself, is a continual letting go. Every morning he awoke fully aware that anyone he loved might not see another sunrise. This awareness did not breed coldness. It bred gratitude. What makes Marcus's use of memento mori unique among Stoics is that he did not contemplate death in solitude alone. He applied it directly to the act of ruling. Each decision was filtered through the question, will this matter when my life ends? Many choices that once might have tempted him, retaliation against rivals, displays of imperial arrogance, the pursuit of personal pleasure, lost their allure when seen through the lens of finality. Death was the perspective that disciplined his power. He wrote that a man should conduct himself as if on his deathbed, not with fear, but with clarity. When each action is measured against mortality, trivial impulses fall away. What remains are the essential virtues: justice, patience, courage, honesty. Marcus believed that a leader who contemplates death becomes a better leader because his priorities are purified. And this purification was vital in a time when Rome needed not a conqueror, but a guardian. The plague forced Marcus to confront the possibility of his own death daily, but it also gave him a kind of moral lucidity that armed him against fear. He wrote that fear of death is worse than death itself, because it consumes the living, while death consumes only the body. And he insisted that fate should be met with a calm mind, the way a warrior meets the certainty of battle, not with despair, but with readiness. This readiness shaped his understanding of fortune. The plague reminded him that everything external, wealth, beauty, status, fame, is fragile. He wrote that these things are like leaves on the wind. To cling to them is to guarantee sorrow. Instead, he urged himself to cultivate inner wealth, the kind that cannot be stolen by plague or politics or time, a wealth composed of character, discipline, self-respect. This inner wealth forms the heart of his philosophy. It is the wealth that survives upheaval, the wealth that breathes through the pages of Meditations, the wealth that teaches us to embrace transience rather than fear it. Marcus rarely wrote about money directly, but his entire worldview is a blueprint for how to maintain emotional equilibrium in the face of unpredictable outcomes. And it is here, in the shadow of the Antonine Plague, that Marcus Aurelius becomes a guide not only for philosophers, but for anyone confronting volatility, whether in life or in the modern financial world. He teaches that chaos is not extraordinary. It is a fundamental law. And survival comes not from predicting disorder, but from anchoring oneself within it. This sets the stage for the final transformation in Part 3, translating Marcus's confrontation with mortality into the investor's confrontation with market uncertainty. Because just as an emperor walked through plague with steady judgment, so too must the investor navigate fear, decline, and volatility with clarity grounded in what truly matters. If Marcus Aurelius gave the world one enduring model of resilience, it is this: the ability to remain steady while surrounded by forces that obey no logic, no demand, and no plea for mercy. This same discipline, forged in the furnace of plague and uncertainty, forms the foundation of how a modern investor must confront the emotional storms of a volatile market. For the truths Marcus discovered while standing amidst the ruins of an empire are the same truths an investor must embrace when standing amidst the ruins of a collapsing portfolio. During the Antonine Plague, Rome experienced economic convulsions unimaginable to earlier generations. Markets faltered, production slowed, trade routes ruptured. Entire sectors of Roman commerce vanished as artisans fell ill, merchants died, and agricultural workers disappeared. Labor shortages drove up wages. Inflation disrupted prices. Tax revenues plunged, forcing the treasury to melt gold and silver artifacts to maintain the army. In desperation, the empire even debased its currency, diluting silver content to keep coinage flowing. This weakened trust in the Roman denarius and sent ripples of uncertainty across the provinces. The empire's instability mirrors the patterns of modern bear markets with uncanny precision. Unpredictable shocks, surging fear, liquidity shortages, sudden corrections, fleeing capital, policy responses that soothe some wounds and deepen others. And through all of it, the same human psychology persists. Panic magnifies, memory shrinks, and people forget that cycles define the nature of all complex systems. Marcus Aurelius survived these economic tremors not through foresight or prediction, but through clarity. His writings show a leader who understood that uncertainty itself is predictable, that upheaval is a constant companion of human history. And this insight transforms the way an investor must view volatility. A Stoic investor, following Marcus's example, must first recognize that control is limited. You cannot control the shape of the next recession. You cannot control geopolitical shocks. You cannot control viral outbreaks or supply chain ruptures. You cannot control the panic of other investors, nor the greed of speculators. You cannot even control the timing of market recoveries. But you can control your internal posture. You can control your framework for decision-making. You can control the structure of your portfolio. And you can control the stories you tell yourself when fear whispers that everything is collapsing. Marcus taught that the beginning of wisdom is the correct placement of fear. Fear belongs where action is possible, not where fate reigns. If a person fears what cannot be controlled, that fear becomes a form of slavery. And in markets, this slavery manifests as emotional trading, impulsive exits, reckless entries, and the destruction of long-term compounding. He would remind the investor that volatility is not a judgment. It is a natural rhythm. A market correction is not a punishment. It is a test of alignment, a test of whether your philosophy is merely believed or truly embodied. Because the investor's greatest enemy in a bear market is rarely the decline itself. It is the emotional magnification of the decline. Panic does not come from numbers. It comes from narratives. A Stoic investor learns to break those narratives. When markets fall sharply, most people imagine catastrophic futures, total collapse, endless recession, permanent loss. This is the mind projecting fear into the unknown. Marcus would tell them to bring their fear into the present moment. He would ask, is the fear happening now, or is it imagined? He would insist that the future must not be rushed, nor suffered before it arrives. Anxiety is the price of uncontrolled imagination, not the price of actual danger. His practice of memento mori sharpens this discipline. The contemplation of mortality shrinks the importance of market moves. A temporary downturn loses its sting when viewed against the scale of an entire life. Fear loses its power when measured against the inevitability of impermanence. And greed loses its grip when one sees that no amount of wealth can outlast the horizon of death. This perspective does not diminish ambition. It roots ambition in proportion. Consider how Marcus responded when the plague forced him to liquidate parts of the imperial treasury. He did so calmly. He structured the sale with fairness. He did not panic about the loss of treasures. For him, objects were tools, not extensions of the soul. When wealth becomes identity, any loss feels like a symbolic death. But when wealth is seen as borrowed, temporary, and external, loss becomes more bearable. It becomes simply part of the dance. This mindset is the antidote to the catastrophic thinking that undermines investors during downturns. The Stoic investor must adopt what might be called the memento mori portfolio perspective, the understanding that every investment, every asset, every gain, and every loss exists within the flow of impermanence. This is not an excuse for carelessness. It is a call to detach emotional worth from financial fluctuation. Marcus would argue that the investor must cultivate not optimism, but preparedness. Optimism is fragile. Preparedness is durable. Optimism shatters when events turn dark. Preparedness adapts. The prepared investor diversifies. The prepared investor holds cash reserves. The prepared investor does not over-leverage. The prepared investor accepts that declines are inevitable. And because they expect them, they do not panic when they arrive. This is precisely how Marcus faced the plague. He did not predict its end. He prepared himself for endurance. He did not fight the nature of events. He aligned himself with nature, and in doing so, he preserved his judgment. The Stoic investor must do the same. Bear markets are not enemies. They are clarifiers. They reveal excess. They destroy illusions. They test the foundation of one's strategy. They separate speculative impulse from disciplined conviction. And in their harshness, they offer opportunities unseen during periods of comfort. Marcus understood that adversity strengthens those who meet it with discipline. His entire journal is an attempt to carve strength from hardship. He believed that discomfort is the whetstone upon which virtue sharpens. And for the investor, discomfort is the whetstone upon which patience sharpens. The emotional storms of a downturn are not signs of failure. They are invitations to deepen clarity, to re-examine assumptions, to reaffirm principles. This is the final convergence of myth, philosophy, and finance. An emperor walked through a plague with a mind anchored in awareness of mortality. A modern investor walks through a bear market with a mind anchored in awareness of uncertainty. Both journeys require the same virtues: humility, patience, preparation, and inner steadiness. When volatility surges and the world whispers fear, the Stoic investor hears a quieter voice beneath the noise. The voice that Marcus carried through years of plague, war, and despair. The voice that says, "You have power over your mind, not external events." Realize this, and you will find strength. And with this, Part 3 comes to its close. Ahead lies Part 4, where yet another myth, shaped by the arrogance of Rome's wealthiest man, unfolds to reveal the dangers of overconfidence and the cost of ignoring ancient warnings. Long before the empire was shaken by plague, long before the Stoics taught emperors how to survive inner storms, Rome witnessed an earlier catastrophe born not from disease or fate, but from the unrestrained ambitions of a single man. His name was Marcus Licinius Crassus, and he was, in the decades before Julius Caesar's rise, the wealthiest Roman to ever walk the Forum. Gold followed him. Influence trailed behind him. And yet, his end would become one of the most cautionary tales in all of Roman history. A story whispered in senatorial halls whenever men began to believe that wealth could buy invincibility. Crassus was not born into the heights he later occupied. His family, once prestigious, fell into peril when his father and brothers were killed during the bloody purges of Gaius Marius. As a young man, Crassus fled to Spain, where he rebuilt his life from almost nothing, gathering a small army of loyal followers and waiting for the tides of Roman politics to shift. They did. When the dictator Sulla returned to Rome and unleashed proscriptions, lists of enemies marked for death, Crassus did not look away. He acquired property from the condemned at prices so low they appeared stolen. He bought the homes of the executed, the estates of the exiled, the treasures of the fallen. And when the smoke cleared, he emerged as a man whose wealth rivaled that of kings. But his empire of riches was not built solely from the misfortunes of others. Crassus invested in silver mines in Spain, owned vast estates across Italy, and ran one of the most sophisticated slave-training enterprises in the ancient world. His fire brigade, infamous to this day, rushed to burning buildings not to save them, but to bargain. Crassus would purchase the building at a fraction of its value, then instruct his men to extinguish the flames. If the owner refused, he let the structure burn to the ground. These actions earned him admiration from opportunists and revulsion from moralists. But in Rome, cunning often mattered more than virtue. Despite his immense wealth, Crassus remained restless. Wealth gave him comfort. Power gave him status. But neither gave him the glory he desperately craved. In Rome, military achievement was the highest currency. Caesar had conquered Gaul. Pompey had crushed pirates, subdued kingdoms, and earned the title Magnus, the Great. Crassus, by comparison, had only one real victory: the defeat of Spartacus, the rebellious gladiator who led the largest slave uprising in Roman history. Yet even that triumph bore a stain, for Pompey arrived late to the battlefield and claimed partial credit, undermining Crassus's legacy in the eyes of Rome. Humiliation lingered like a thorn lodged too deeply to remove. And from this wound grew a hunger so fierce that it clouded Crassus's judgment. He yearned for recognition equal to Caesar and Pompey. He hungered for military triumphs that would etch his name into the marble of Roman memory. This hunger became the spark that ignited one of Rome's greatest military disasters. Crassus set his sights on Parthia, an empire to the east known for its mounted archers, swift cavalry, and almost supernatural ability to disappear into desert horizons. It was a kingdom Rome had never fully understood, and Crassus, blinded by ambition, convinced himself it would fall easily. Senators warned him that Parthia was not a land to underestimate. Caesar advised caution. Even the omens were troubling. But ambition deafens the wise and blinds the proud. In the spring of 53 BCE, Crassus marched east with an army of nearly 40,000 men, legionaries equipped with heavy armor, slow-moving, and unprepared for the battle ahead. Along the way, he ignored offers of support from local allies. He dismissed reports of Parthian tactics. He rejected strategic counsel. He believed his wealth, his status, and the reputation of Rome itself would be enough to subjugate an empire. History would prove him fatally wrong. When Crassus reached the flat, sun-blasted plain near Carrhae, he found an enemy whose style of warfare defied everything he expected. The Parthians did not charge with swords and shields. They kept their distance, raining arrows upon the legions in an unending storm. Their horses moved with a speed that stunned the Romans. They used a tactic now legendary, the Parthian shot, firing arrows backward while retreating at full gallop. Roman shields became useless under the relentless hail. Soldiers fell with shafts protruding from armor, from throats, from eyes. The desert echoed with the cries of men who realized they were doomed. Crassus, panicked and overwhelmed, could not adapt. His son, Publius, a skilled commander admired by his troops, led a daring charge to break the Parthian line. But he rode too far ahead, was surrounded, and fell. The Parthians displayed his severed head on a spear to taunt the Romans. When Crassus saw his son's face, bloodied, broken, lifeless, something inside him shattered. His judgment collapsed. His strategies dissolved. He became a man ruled by grief and fear. The Parthians, sensing his despair, encircled the Roman camp. Thirst ravaged the wounded. Morale died. Crassus attempted to negotiate a retreat, but the meeting with Parthian commanders turned into chaos. Accounts differ, but most agree that Crassus died not heroically, but pitifully, cut down in the confusion or slain after a failed negotiation. His death was so ignominious that Parthian soldiers reportedly poured molten gold into his mouth, a grotesque symbol of his insatiable greed. The Roman legions he had led were annihilated. Thousands died. Thousands more were taken captive and marched into the far reaches of the Parthian realm. Some historians believe these legionaries traveled even farther, possibly ending up as mercenaries in distant kingdoms. The Lost Legion became a haunting legend, a fragment of Roman pride dissolved into the sands of Asia. And Rome learned a harsh truth. Wealth cannot rescue the man who overestimates himself. This is the mythic foundation of Part 4, the rise and ruin of Marcus Crassus, whose ambition outpaced his judgment. A man whose belief in his own indestructibility blinded him to the forces he could not control. From this tragedy emerges the philosophical heart of the chapter. The ancient Stoics warned of the dangers of ego long before Crassus marched into Parthia. They taught that desire distorts judgment, that expectation corrupts reason, that the mind becomes vulnerable when it mistakes arrogance for confidence. And it is this warning about the illusions of certainty and the blindness of overconfidence that forms the bridge into the next part of the chapter. In the quiet aftermath of disasters, philosophers often walk through the ruins long after soldiers and generals have vanished. They gather not bodies or weapons, but lessons. Lessons shaped by the fragility of human judgment and the stubborn illusions that lead even the most powerful into catastrophe. The story of Crassus did not end on the plains of Carrhae. It continued in the minds of those who reflected upon it, an enduring reminder of what the Stoics had long warned. The mind becomes weakest at the very moment it believes itself strongest. Crassus's defeat was not, at its core, a military failure. It was a philosophical failure, a failure of perception, a failure of self-mastery, a failure to recognize the limits of knowledge. And the Stoics, who saw human nature with astonishing clarity, understood exactly why his fall had been inevitable. Stoic philosophy teaches that the greatest distortions come from within. Desire warps judgment. Ego blinds perception. Expectation narrows vision. A person driven by craving sees only the world they want to see, not the world that is. For Crassus, the craving for glory became a lens so thick that it tinted every piece of information, every warning, every omen. He interpreted all signs according to the script he had already written for himself, that he was destined for greatness. This is the essence of delusion, when one's inner narrative becomes more powerful than reality itself. Seneca wrote that no amount of wealth can fill the hunger of ambition. To those intoxicated by desire, abundance feels like deprivation. They see what they have accomplished and imagine what still remains. They climb and climb, convinced that one more victory, one more triumph, one more conquest will finally satisfy them. But ambition tends to grow faster than achievement. Crassus was not content with riches, not content with influence, not even content with shaping the political future of Rome through alliances with Pompey and Caesar. He wanted immortality. And the pursuit of immortality is always the beginning of tragedy. The Stoics taught that a person's value does not come from what they possess or accomplish, but from the harmony between their actions and the rational order of the universe. To live well is to act with clarity and self-command. To act poorly is to allow external forces, wealth, praise, reputation, to seize control of the soul. Crassus had wealth beyond measure, but his inner life was impoverished. His virtues were thin, his clarity fragile. And because he sought validation through outcomes, his identity became tethered to expectations that reality could not sustain. Epictetus, who experienced the world from the opposite end of the social spectrum, warned that arrogance is a form of slavery. The arrogant man depends on the approval of others. He depends on fortune to confirm his self-image. He depends on his own imagination to maintain illusions about who he is. When the world contradicts these illusions, as it did for Crassus, pain becomes unbearable. For the Stoic, pain is inevitable. Suffering is optional. But for the arrogant man, suffering is guaranteed. Marcus Aurelius later wrote that the blaring of glory is an empty noise. The emperor, trained in Stoic discipline, understood that the need for recognition chains the mind. Crassus lived chained to that need. His downfall was not written in the stars, but in his character. He failed to cultivate the disciplines that anchor the soul: humility, perspective, patience, acceptance. Humility, the Stoics taught, is not self-deprecation. It is the alignment of one's vision with truth. It is seeing oneself without distortion. Crassus lacked this. He overestimated his abilities. He underestimated his enemies. He ignored counsel. He shut out dissent. The Stoics warned that a general who rejects feedback invites defeat. And a person who believes themselves incapable of error marches directly toward catastrophe. The Stoics understood that most people are not defeated by external adversity, but by their own unexamined assumptions. Crassus assumed that Rome's military superiority guaranteed victory. He assumed that wealth equaled wisdom. He assumed that the enemy would conform to his expectations. These assumptions hardened into delusions. And delusion is a fragile foundation upon which to build anything, let alone an empire's military campaign. From this emerges one of the core Stoic insights: the difference between control and influence. Stoics argue that we do not control outcomes. We control only our preparation, our judgment, our effort, and our response. Crassus sought to control the outcome itself, to bend events toward his desire. This is the essence of fantasy, the belief that the world should align with the self rather than the self aligning with the world. And fantasy, as Stoicism teaches, always carries a price. Crassus's story became a warning etched into Roman memory. Senators invoked his name when debates grew heated. Generals mentioned Cari when advising younger commanders against rash decisions. Philosophers used his fate as an example of how ego blinds reason. Even common citizens whispered about the lost legion and the molten gold poured into Crassus's mouth. The image became symbolic, a man consumed by the very substance he worshipped. The Stoics would interpret that symbol not as cruelty, but as allegory. Wealth is not the enemy, but the attachment to wealth, the belief that riches confer invulnerability, destroys judgment. Crassus lost not because he was rich, but because he believed his richness protected him from consequences. Seneca wrote that a wise man should take counsel even from those of lower rank, for truth is not bound by status. Crassus rejected the advice of local allies, scouts, and even members of his own staff. When omens warned him to turn back, he dismissed them. When the Parthians offered negotiations early in the campaign, he refused. His mind had already committed to a narrative in which he was the victorious conqueror. And once a person becomes attached to a narrative, they stop seeing the world. In Stoic philosophy, attachment is the root of suffering. Not attachment to people or experiences, but attachment to outcomes. Crassus was attached to victory, attached to recognition, attached to the image of himself he wanted Rome to admire. And this attachment made him fragile. Fragile things break under pressure. His campaign was built on a foundation of desire, not reality. When the Parthian arrows struck, they were not merely piercing armor, they were piercing illusions. This is the philosophical heart of Part 4, the danger of believing that the world owes its validation, the danger of confusing confidence with infallibility, the danger of ignoring reality when it contradicts desire. The Stoics do not condemn ambition. They condemn unexamined ambition. They condemn the arrogance that insists the universe reorder itself to satisfy personal longing. And from this philosophical clarity emerges a set of financial principles that resonate directly with modern investors. For the same errors that destroyed Crassus continue to destroy fortunes today. The same illusions that blinded him blind traders and portfolio managers. The same overconfidence that marched him into disaster marches investors into ruin. This leads us into the final segment of Part 4, the transformation of Stoic insight into practical financial application. When the sands of Carrhae swallowed the last illusions of Marcus Crassus, Rome learned a lesson that would echo across centuries. Wealth without wisdom is a liability. But to understand how deeply this truth penetrates, one must bring it into the realm of modern decision-making, especially the decisions investors make when they confuse confidence with invulnerability. For the collapse of Crassus is not merely a historical tragedy. It is a blueprint of financial self-destruction, repeated again and again in trading floors, boardrooms, and home offices where individuals watch markets rise and believe themselves touched by destiny. Crassus's downfall contains the seeds of every major cognitive bias that sabotages investors: overconfidence, illusion of control, narrative attachment, confirmation bias, risk-blind momentum, revenge decision-making. These forces are not ancient. They live in every bear market, every bubble, every irrational rally. To understand the Stoic investor's path, we must look at each of these forces not as psychological footnotes, but as echoes of the same mind that marched into Parthia, believing nothing could go wrong. Crassus believed he could will a victory into existence. Modern investors believe they can will a stock higher through conviction. Both are forms of fantasy. Crassus ignored warnings from scouts, allies, generals. Modern investors ignore bad earnings, negative signals, tightening liquidity. Both are examples of cherry-picking information. Crassus chased glory because Caesar and Pompey overshadowed him. Modern investors chase risky trades because others seem to be making more. Both are rooted in envy. Crassus doubled down when things began to fall apart. Modern investors average down on collapsing assets, believing recovery is owed to them. Both are revenge against reality. Crassus mistook wealth for wisdom. Investors mistake past profits for skill. Both create delusion. The Stoics would tell us, fantasy is the first step toward ruin. So, how does a Stoic investor avoid Crassus's fate? How does one remain clear in a market built on noise and emotional contagion? It begins with the discipline of epistemic humility. The Stoics taught that a wise person begins every decision by acknowledging what they do not know. Crassus never paused to consider his ignorance. He dismissed uncertainty, believing that his wealth guaranteed insight. The Stoic investor does the opposite. They begin with the admission that markets are infinite in complexity. They recognize that every trend contains hidden variables. They accept that nobody, not analysts, not institutions, not algorithms, can map every force shaping price movement. This humility is not weakness. It is strength. It leads to diversified portfolios, realistic expectations, and measured actions. It prevents oversized positions. It moderates leverage. It stops the mind from interpreting temporary success as invincibility. Next comes the discipline of probability-based thinking. Stoicism teaches that outcomes do not define virtue. Actions do. The Stoic investor evaluates decisions based on process, not result. A profitable trade made recklessly is not a victory. A losing trade made rationally is not a failure. Crassus would have benefited from this perspective. He made catastrophic decisions that happened to be cloaked in confidence. The Stoic investor evaluates decisions not by how they feel, but by how well they adhere to a carefully designed system. Then comes the discipline of emotional detachment. Overconfidence in markets is almost always emotional, not analytical. The investor becomes attached to a story, a narrative about who they are, what they believe, what a stock should do. This attachment clouds judgment. The Stoics warn that attachment to preferred outcomes is the birthplace of suffering. For the investor, attachment creates tunnel vision. It leads to ignoring risk, dismissing warnings, rationalizing losses, and doubling down on failure. To break attachment, the Stoic investor practices negative visualization, the rehearsal of undesirable outcomes. Instead of assuming a trade will succeed, they imagine its failure. They assess drawdowns. They picture losses. They pre-experience the emotional impact so the real event cannot destabilize them. This is the antidote to Crassus's blindness. If he had rehearsed defeat, he would have seen the danger clearly. Next comes the discipline of strategic retreat. Crassus marched forward even when retreat could have saved thousands. Investors often do the same. They stay committed to failing positions out of pride. They refuse to exit because exiting feels like admitting error. Stoicism teaches that wisdom is flexible. When adversity reveals new information, the wise adjust. Retreat is not weakness. It is alignment with reality. The Stoic investor maintains stop-loss frameworks, risk caps, and predefined exit signals. They step back when conditions change. Then, perhaps most importantly, comes the discipline of unglamorous consistency. Stoicism rejects the thrill of sudden triumphs. It favors sustained discipline. The market rewards the same. Speculators rise quickly and vanish. Builders of long-term wealth act quietly and deliberately. They accumulate with patience. They rebalance with calm. They avoid sensational trades. They do not crave excitement. They crave alignment between action and principle. The Stoic investor understands that compounding is a moral virtue. It requires humility, restraint, and the willingness to appear boring. Crassus wanted glory. The Stoic investor wants stability. Crassus wanted to be magnificent. The Stoic investor wants to be consistent. And finally, Stoicism teaches one of the hardest lessons. Wealth is a test of character. It distorts the mind unless held lightly. Crassus tightened his grip on wealth until it pulled him into the abyss. For the Stoic investor, wealth must remain external. A tool, not a trophy. A resource, not a measure of worth. Those who worship their gains will fear their losses. Those who fear their losses will act irrationally. Detachment is the cornerstone of rational strategy. This is the final revelation of Part 4. Crassus did not fall because he was rich. He fell because he believed his wealth made him more than human. A Stoic investor must never allow prosperity to distort perception. For the moment the investor believes themselves invincible, the market becomes Parthia. Before the Roman Republic fell to Caesar's rise, before civil wars reshaped the destiny of the Mediterranean, there lived a man whose very presence in the Senate felt like a rebuke to corruption. A man who stood so sharply against the tides of ambition and moral decay that even his enemies feared him, not for his power, but for his incorruptible clarity. His name was Cato the Younger, and in the decades before the Republic collapsed, he became a symbol of a virtue so unyielding that it bent the trajectory of history itself. Cato did not possess the wealth of Crassus, the military brilliance of Pompey, or the charisma of Caesar. His power came from something rarer and infinitely harder to corrupt, a reputation of absolute integrity. In a time when bribery flowed through the forum like wine, when positions were sold, and alliances made through gold rather than principle, Cato became a living contradiction. He refused gifts. He declined favors. He lived simply. He dressed plainly. He walked through the marble halls with the posture of a man who could not be bought at any price. His upbringing in the house of his uncle, Marcus Livius Drusus, shaped this iron character. The young Cato witnessed political violence, betrayal, the collapse of reforms, and the death of those who sought justice. These events carved into him a hatred of tyranny and a devotion to liberty so intense it bordered on the sacred. Even as a child, he displayed a stoic endurance that astonished his guardians. Plutarch recounts that when Cato saw Roman soldiers dragging prisoners to execution without trial, he asked why no one resisted. When told that resistance meant death, he remained silent for a moment and then said, "Why, then, does no one kill the tyrant?" It was not childish bravado. It was the earliest glimpse of a mind that saw integrity as more valuable than survival. As he matured, this force of character became both his shield and his burden. In the Senate, Cato's speeches were sharp, relentless, unforgiving. He examined legislation not for its rhetorical flourishes, but for its ethical spine. When others sought profit or political leverage, he sought principle. Senators who wished to slip immoral clauses through proposals learned quickly to fear his gaze. He was not swayed by flattery or threats. He had no appetite for wealth or luxury. This made him dangerous. A man who wants nothing cannot be bribed. A man who fears nothing cannot be intimidated. His position as an admiral in the naval command during the civil conflicts revealed another layer of his discipline. Cato was not a strategist of Caesar's caliber, but he possessed a steadiness that others lacked. He kept supply lines secure. He ensured discipline in the ranks. He navigated political waters as turbulent as the seas he sailed. He was the man others turned to when certainty was impossible. One lesser-known aspect of Cato's leadership was his extraordinary self-control. He practiced Stoic exercises daily, cold baths, minimal sleep, simple food, hours of study, meditation before dawn. He believed that a leader must train the body and mind with equal rigor, and he demanded the same from those who served him. His soldiers respected him not because he punished them harshly, but because he lived more austerely than the lowest man in the camp. When rations were scarce, he ate last. When morale was failing, he spoke to his men directly, reminding them that hardship reveals character more clearly than comfort. Despite these virtues, or perhaps because of them, Cato made powerful enemies. Julius Caesar, whose ambition was masked by charm, found in Cato an immovable obstacle. Caesar saw opportunity everywhere. Cato saw danger in opportunity without principle. Caesar believed a state must be flexible to survive. Cato believed flexibility without moral boundaries was corruption by another name. Their rivalry was not personal. It was ideological. Caesar represented expediency. Cato represented integrity. And history would force Rome to choose between them. Cato's resistance to Caesar began long before the Civil War. As tribune and later as senator, he blocked Caesar's attempts to gain extraordinary powers. He filibustered Caesar's legislation. He challenged the legality of his actions. When Caesar returned from Gaul with wealth, fame, and an army devoted to him, Cato warned the Senate that the Republic stood on the brink of tyranny. Many dismissed him as dramatic. Others feared he was right. But Cato was not merely a political purist. He was a moral realist. He understood that institutions survive only when leaders uphold principles, even when inconvenient, even when costly, even when dangerous. His insistence on ethical discipline frustrated allies and infuriated enemies. Yet those who opposed him admitted privately that Rome might have survived longer had its leaders possessed even a fraction of his incorruptibility. The Civil War confirmed his fears. When Caesar crossed the Rubicon, the Republic fractured. Pompey fled. Senators scrambled for safety. Many who once mocked Cato ran to him for guidance. In the chaos, he restored order among the fleeing senators, secured transport for civilians, and acted with a calm that steadied the terrified. He became, in those days, the guardian of the old republic. His journey eventually led him to Utica, where he assumed command of the city's defenses. Cato did not choose Utica because it was powerful. He chose it because it symbolized resistance. He believed that even if Rome fell, virtue must not. His leadership in Utica was a testament to what Stoicism looked like when lived fully. He walked the walls with his men. He handled administrative burdens personally. He ensured fairness in discipline and rations. He rejected offers to escape. His purpose was not to survive, but to uphold the principle that tyranny must never be obeyed. In his final days, when Caesar's victory became inevitable, Cato faced a decision that would define his legacy. He could yield and be pardoned. Caesar respected him enough to spare his life. But to Cato, accepting mercy from a tyrant was a betrayal of the very virtue he had lived his life defending. And so, he made the choice that carved him into the marble of history. He ended his own life rather than live in a world governed by Caesar's authority. It shocked Rome. It infuriated Caesar, who wanted the public victory of sparing him. And it turned Cato into a symbol of resistance, of principle, of Stoic resolve. Cato's death was not an escape. It was a statement, a final act of integrity in a world that had traded integrity for victory. To his followers, he became Cato Uticensis, Cato of Utica, the last defender of a dying republic. This is the mythic arc of Part 5, the story of a man whose moral clarity outshone the ambitions of those around him. A man whose life and death became a reminder that certain values cannot be compromised. From this story emerges the philosophical heart of the chapter, the Stoic belief that integrity is not optional. It is the foundation of a life lived without regret. And it becomes, in the realm of finance, a crucial pillar of disciplined investing. Cato's life, when viewed through the lens of philosophy, becomes something more than a political biography. It becomes a study in moral architecture. While others sought to construct their lives from alliances, wealth, or clever maneuvering, Cato built his from principle. And unlike strategies shaped by circumstance, principles endure even when the world shifts violently. This endurance is what made Cato so effective in the darkest moments of the Republic, moments when most leaders retreated into fear, compromise, or self-preservation. Cato stood firm not because he enjoyed conflict, but because he believed that integrity is the only anchor strong enough to withstand chaos. Stoic philosophy shaped him profoundly. Although later generations often associate Stoicism with the meditations of Marcus Aurelius and the writings of Seneca, Cato embodied a more ancient, austere version of the tradition. His Stoicism was not contemplative, but lived. He did not speak extensively about virtue. He enacted it. He did not write long treatises. He demonstrated their principles in his choices. And to those who observed him, both supporters and enemies, it became clear that Stoic ethics were not an intellectual exercise for him. They were a standard by which he held his soul. One of the core Stoic beliefs central to Cato's life is the idea that virtue is the highest good. Wealth, power, and comfort are merely preferred indifferents, useful if present, but never essential. Cato embodied this with an intensity that often startled his peers. He wore the simplest garments of any senator. He walked rather than rode when attending meetings. He rejected luxuries even when they were freely offered. To many, this appeared stubborn or theatrical. But Cato understood something subtle, that accepting pleasures too easily can weaken the mind's independence. Luxury softens judgment. Flattery intoxicates. Comfort corrodes resolve. If a man wishes to remain uncorrupted, he must cultivate strength through discipline. But Cato's integrity did not come from asceticism alone. It came from perspective. A Stoic believes that the universe operates according to rational order, logos, and that human beings must align themselves with this order rather than resist it. This alignment requires honesty. Not only honesty with others, but honesty with oneself. The Stoics urged their students to examine their own motives relentlessly, to identify where desire or fear clouded judgment. Cato practiced this examination so ruthlessly that even his allies sometimes found him difficult. Marcus Tullius Cicero, Rome's greatest orator, admired Cato deeply, but remarked that his strictness could feel impractical. And yet, even Cicero admitted that Rome needed a man like Cato, a reminder of what justice looked like when stripped of compromise. Stoicism teaches another crucial principle that shaped Cato, that the only true freedom is freedom of the soul. External circumstances, wealth, rank, reputation can always be taken away. But internal virtue cannot be seized unless the individual surrenders it voluntarily. This idea guided Cato through every challenge. When the Senate was bribed by Caesar's gold, Cato stood apart. When political rivals traded principles for advantage, Cato refused. When public opinion shifted, he did not shift with it. His constancy angered some and inspired others, but to Cato, the only audience that mattered was his own conscience. His adherence to virtue also shaped his understanding of power. Cato believed that authority must serve the public good, not private ambition. When Caesar bypassed legal processes, Cato called him a threat to the Republic. When Pompey sought extraordinary military commands, Cato argued that Rome should not bend its laws even for beloved generals. To Cato, bending the law for a good man created the precedent by which a tyrant later rules. He understood that corruption often begins with necessity. Once necessity becomes an excuse, integrity dissolves. Another central Stoic idea reflected in Cato's life is the discipline of emotional control. The Stoics did not encourage the suppression of feelings, but the mastery of them. Anger, fear, envy, and despair were seen not as moral failings, but as distortions of judgment. Cato practiced this mastery with nearly superhuman rigor. Even his opponents observed that he rarely raised his voice, rarely betrayed insecurity, rarely reacted impulsively. Under pressure, he grew calmer. In adversity, he became more resolute. Plutarch records that Cato once endured a lengthy verbal assault in the Forum without altering his expression. When asked how he remained so composed, he replied that a man who cannot govern his temper cannot govern anything. This emotional steadiness extended into the greatest crisis of his life, the civil war between Caesar and Pompey. Cato supported Pompey not out of personal loyalty, but because Pompey represented, imperfectly, the last defense of the Republic's legal order. Caesar, with his legions and his charisma, became the embodiment of ambition unchecked by law. Cato foresaw the consequences, that power once seized becomes difficult to relinquish, that a republic accustomed to the authority of one man cannot easily return to the authority of many. These insights were not predictions, but philosophical deductions. If virtue is abandoned, tyranny fills the void. His final act, his suicide in Utica, is often discussed without understanding its philosophical weight. To a Stoic, suicide is sometimes permissible when a person's freedom or moral integrity is under total threat. Cato believed that living under Caesar meant living in a world where virtue had no voice. To accept life on those terms would be to surrender the very principles that defined him. And so, in his final hours, he read Plato's Phaedo, the dialogue on the immortality of the soul. When he finished, he declared that freedom was not merely a political concept, but a spiritual one. And he chose to preserve that freedom in the only way left to him. His death became symbolic for generations. To some, it was the noblest defense of liberty Rome had ever seen. To others, a tragic refusal to adapt. But even his critics admitted that Cato lived by a code so consistent, so unbending, that it became almost mythic. He embodied the Stoic truth that integrity cannot be negotiated. From these philosophical threads, virtue as the highest good, emotional mastery, independence of judgment, freedom of the soul, alignment with reason, and unwavering adherence to principle, emerges a profound lesson for the modern world. For in finance, as in politics, integrity is not an ornament. It is the core of stability. The Stoics would argue that decisions made without integrity eventually collapse, no matter how profitable they appear. A trader who cheats once becomes vulnerable to fear. An investor who bends his rules once becomes captive to impulse. A portfolio built on speculation rather than discipline becomes a structure without foundation. Cato's life demonstrates that a person who builds their actions on principle becomes unshakable. His stability was not circumstantial, it was internal. External chaos did not dictate his behavior. This is the essence of Stoic investing, the cultivation of a stable internal compass that directs decisions regardless of market noise. This sets the stage for the final movement of Part 5, translating Cato's unwavering integrity into the rules and structures that protect investors from their own impulses, from corruption, from emotional sabotage, and from the subtle erosion of discipline. If Cato the Younger lived today, he would not stand on trading floors or deliver keynote speeches at investment conferences. He would not boast about returns, nor flash the symbols of wealth. He would live plainly, invest deliberately, and watch calmly as others chased excitement. He would not be seduced by bubbles or shaken by crashes. And he would tell every investor the same truth he told the Roman Senate. Integrity is not merely a virtue, it is a strategy. For the Stoic investor, Cato represents the antidote to the subtle decay that occurs in financial decision-making. Many investors begin with discipline. They create rules, frameworks, and guidelines. But under pressure, greed, fear, envy, impatience, those rules begin to bend. Just a small exception here, another one there. And slowly, the structure that once protected them from chaos begins to crumble. Cato's life teaches that once principle is compromised, even slightly, the entire system becomes vulnerable. In finance, this vulnerability reveals itself in familiar ways. The investor who breaks their risk limit just this once soon breaks it again. The trader who deviates from their strategy begins relying on instinct rather than data. The portfolio manager who chases hype begins to equate noise with opportunity. The speculator who hides a loss from themselves later hides it from others. The person who rationalizes a bad decision becomes unable to learn from it. Cato would say, "The first breach is the true disaster. Everything after is merely consequence." The Stoic investor must therefore create rules not as suggestions, but as commitments born from integrity. These rules act as guardrails in moments when emotion threatens to override reason. They preserve clarity when markets are intoxicating or terrifying. Cato called this discipline rectitude, a straightness of soul that refuses to bend under pressure. From Cato's philosophy emerge several financial principles essential for anyone who wishes to navigate uncertainty with strength. The first is governance of self before governance of assets. Cato believed that a person who cannot master their own impulses cannot be trusted with public power. Similarly, a person who cannot master their emotions cannot be trusted with money. Markets have a way of exposing character. The calm becomes steadier. The reckless become more reckless. The insecure become frantic. Cato would insist that emotional literacy precedes financial success. He would demand that the investor practice self-examination daily. Why was that trade made? Was it rational or impulsive? Was it chosen or inherited? Was it rooted in principle or ego? This practice mirrors the Stoic evening examination, where individuals review their actions not to punish themselves, but to refine themselves. An investor who cannot confront their own motives will repeat their mistakes. The second principle is avoidance of corruption in all forms. Cato was known for rejecting bribes even when they were disguised as gifts or favors. In the financial world, corruption rarely appears as overt criminality. It appears as self-deception. It appears as cutting corners. It appears as rationalizing questionable decisions. It appears as adjusting metrics to produce desired outcomes. It appears as neglecting due diligence because a trade feels promising. Cato would warn that corruption, no matter how small, corrodes judgment from within. The Stoic investor builds integrity into every layer of their process: proper research, truthful assessment of risk, transparent metrics, and full alignment between stated goals and actual behavior. The third principle is resilience through simplicity. Cato lived with few possessions not out of poverty, but philosophy. He believed that complexity invites fragility. The same applies to investing. The more complicated a strategy becomes, the more points of failure it contains. Complex portfolios can hide risks that simple ones reveal plainly. Even seasoned investors have collapsed under the weight of strategies they did not fully understand. Cato's life example urges the investor to simplify, to hold only what they understand, to avoid the allure of convoluted products, and to rely on principles rather than cleverness. The Stoic investor crafts a portfolio that can withstand volatility without constant adjustment. The fourth principle is steadfastness in the face of external pressure. Cato faced immense social and political pressure to compromise. Senators begged him to accept favors for the sake of alliances. Generals pressured him to soften his stance. Caesar offered him pardons, offices, dignity. He refused. His refusal was not stubbornness. It was clarity. He knew that once a person bends their principles for convenience, they invite a lifetime of bending. In financial markets, pressure appears in many forms. Analysts insist that a certain trade is promising. Crowds surge into an asset, creating the illusion that safety lies in numbers. Family members urge riskier choices. Colleagues mock restraint. In these moments, the Stoic investor must stand as Cato stood, unmoved, aligned with principle rather than persuasion. For markets reward the patient far more than they reward the popular. The fifth principle is preparation for the moment of crisis. Cato believed that virtue is tested not in comfort, but in adversity. The same applies to investing. When markets fall sharply, many investors panic because they never rehearsed volatility. They never built a plan for downturns. They never practiced emotional containment. They lived as though markets should rise forever. Cato teaches that preparation is itself a form of integrity. To prepare for crisis is to accept reality as it is, not as one wishes it to be. The Stoic investor thus creates rules for bear markets long before a bear market arrives. How much to sell? How much to hold? How to rebalance? How to assess opportunities? How to communicate with oneself during fear? This preparation becomes a shield, preventing emotional reflex from destroying years of progress. The sixth principle is acceptance of responsibility. Cato believed that a person is accountable for their own choices, even when outcomes are shaped by external forces. If a strategy fails, the Stoic investor does not blame the market. They examine their decision-making. They refine their models. They improve their processes. Like Cato, they do not deflect responsibility. They claim it fully. This willingness to own one's decisions creates a feedback loop of growth. Investors who blame the market stay stagnant. Investors who take responsibility evolve. And evolution is the core of longevity in any financial pursuit. Finally, the seventh principle is the supremacy of internal wealth over external success. Cato's life ended in defeat, yet he became a symbol of victory. His final act, choosing death over submission, was not admired because he won, but because he remained consistent with his principles. In Stoicism, this is the ultimate measure of success: coherence between belief and action. In finance, this translates into a simple truth. Wealth accumulated without integrity becomes a prison. Wealth accumulated with integrity becomes freedom. A portfolio built on principled decisions gives peace of mind. regardless of temporary fluctuations. A portfolio built on impulse creates anxiety even when profitable. Cato stands as a reminder that the investor's deepest wealth is not found in accounts or assets, but in the trust they build with themselves. This trust, once forged, becomes unshakable. It survives bull markets and bear markets. It remains intact when losses occur. It becomes the internal compass that guides rational action in irrational times. Long before Marcus Aurelius wrote his meditations in the solitude of a war tent, long before Seneca wrestled with wealth and power in the shadow of Nero, another figure wandered the sunlit streets of ancient Greece, carrying nothing but a cloak, a staff, and a lantern. His name was Diogenes of Sinope. To many, he appeared mad. To others, he was a prophet. To a rare few, he was a mirror revealing the absurdity of human desire. Diogenes lived in a world dazzled by status. Athens, at the height of its influence, overflowed with wealthy patrons, brilliant orators, statesmen who measured their importance by the height of their marble houses. Philosophical schools boasted elegant lecture halls, wealthy donors, and fashionable doctrines. The agora pulsed with ambition. People jostled for prestige, recognition, alliances. Reputation was currency. Luxury was proof of virtue. Power was the ultimate prize. Diogenes stepped into this world like a flame thrown into dry reeds. Instead of pursuing wealth, he rejected it entirely. Instead of seeking status, he mocked it openly. Instead of writing treatises or founding a school, he lived his philosophy in the most radical, confrontational ways imaginable. He slept in an abandoned clay jar or a barrel, as later storytellers embellished. He begged for food shamelessly, challenging the idea that dignity depends on possessions. He walked barefoot through the city, indifferent to heat or cold. When Athenians criticized his appearance or poverty, he replied that a philosopher should not beautify what nature condemns to decay. His greatest weapon was simplicity, a simplicity so intense that it stripped society of its illusions. One day, he watched a boy drinking water with his hands. Diogenes immediately threw away his wooden cup, declaring that the child had surpassed him in simplicity. Another time, seeing a boy eating lentils from a cracked bowl, he broke his own bowl as well. To Diogenes, every possession was a potential chain, another object tying the soul to needless desire. This extreme discipline extended to his everyday behavior. He walked through public squares with a lantern in broad daylight, claiming he was searching for an honest man. He mocked Plato by plucking a chicken, declaring it to be Plato's definition of a human being, a featherless biped. He reclined in the marketplace, resting as though he were lord of the city, while aristocrats hurried past him. He believed that conventional standards of decency and decorum were hollow performances. If people found him shocking, it only proved how deeply they depended on society's approval. Diogenes practiced what would later be recognized as radical non-attachment. He believed that independence could not exist so long as one's happiness depended on external conditions. To him, freedom meant needing nothing, wanting nothing, fearing nothing. Only then, he believed, could a person live in harmony with nature. And yet, despite his abrasive behavior, Diogenes possessed a startling clarity. His mind was sharp as a blade. His words cut through hypocrisy with a precision rivaled only by Socrates. People laughed at him, but they listened. They dismissed him, but they returned to hear more. Even his critics admitted that he carried a truth they could not live up to. He was equal parts philosopher and provocateur, sage and showman. One of the most famous encounters in ancient philosophy occurred when Alexander the Great visited Athens. The young conqueror, arguably the most powerful man on earth, sought out Diogenes. Imagine the scene. Alexander, surrounded by guards and advisors, approaching a ragged figure sunbathing beside his clay jar. The conqueror greeted him respectfully and asked if there was anything he could do for him. Diogenes did not bow. He did not flatter. He did not tremble. He simply pointed to the sunlight and said, "Yes, stand out of my light." To the Macedonian king's credit, he admired the answer. Alexander later said that if he could not be Alexander, he would want to be Diogenes, meaning he envied the freedom of a man who needed nothing. This moment captures the paradox at the heart of Diogenes' life, that the man who possessed least was the man least controlled by the world. That true wealth is measured not by accumulation, but by freedom, and that the highest luxury is the ability to dismiss all luxuries. But Diogenes' life is not merely a series of provocative anecdotes. Beneath his antics lies a philosophical framework that influenced generations. The Cynics, his followers, believed that virtue comes from aligning one's life with simple nature, not society's artificial desires. They rejected consumerism long before the term existed. They argued that suffering is minimized when expectations are minimal. They taught that happiness comes from reducing desire, not indulging it. This mental posture was rooted in what the Stoics later refined, the principle that external things are not true goods. Wealth is not good. Reputation is not good. Pleasure is not good. These things may be preferred, but they are not essential. What is essential is virtue, which cannot be taken away by fortune or fate. Diogenes embodied this principle in the extreme. And though the Stoics softened his methods, they kept his core insight. Desire is the enemy of tranquility. Where the Stoics diverged from Diogenes was in style rather than substance. The Stoics believed in living within society, fulfilling duties, engaging with community. Diogenes believed society itself was diseased. He saw corruption everywhere, vanity everywhere, pretension everywhere, and so he chose exile within the city, living among people but refusing to be one of them. His stance, though radical, reveals a universal truth. People suffer not because they lack things, but because they crave things, not because they are poor, but because they compare themselves to others, not because they fail, but because they expect life to reward them. Diogenes shattered these illusions by demonstrating that a person could be content with nothing. That peace comes from within, not from circumstances. This is the mythic arc of Part 6, the story of a man who tore apart society's illusions, not with eloquence or power, but with the force of radical simplicity. From this arc emerges the philosophical heart of the chapter, the Stoic cynic insight that true wealth is measured by what you can live without. And from this philosophy emerges a profound financial lesson about minimalism. clarity, and emotional freedom in investing. If Diogenes shocked Athens with his behavior, it was not because he desired attention, it was because he desired freedom. His actions, outrageous by design, were the physical demonstrations of a philosophical truth that many understood intellectually, but few had ever lived uncompromisingly. Diogenes taught without scrolls, without lectures, without polite rhetoric. He taught by stripping life down until nothing remained but essence. And in that simplicity, he revealed the chains that bind most people without their awareness. At the core of his life was a principle shared with Stoicism, but expressed in a raw, unguarded form. That freedom is the absence of unnecessary desire. To Diogenes, desire was the architect of misery. Every craving, wealth, status, admiration, luxury, made the individual dependent on the world. Dependency created vulnerability. Vulnerability created fear. Fear created suffering. He concluded that the only way to become invincible was to need nothing. The Stoics refined this idea, but Diogenes lived it to its extreme. His rejection of possessions was not a rejection of comfort. It was an assertion of control. By removing every object that could be lost, Diogenes made loss powerless. By minimizing his needs, he made disappointment irrelevant. By practicing voluntary hardship, he transformed himself into a man who could not be destabilized. This internal fortification was his true wealth. The cynics, following him, believed that a virtuous life required continuous self-examination, not of moral failures, but of hidden attachments. They asked, "Why do you think you need this thing? Why do you fear losing it? Why do you chase what you chase?" These questions were like torches held to the shadows of the mind, revealing fear disguised as aspiration. Diogenes held these torches mercilessly toward others. One story, less famous but revealing, describes him attending a banquet hosted by wealthy nobles. While the guests reclined on couches and gorged themselves on delicacies, Diogenes walked the room observing them. When one noble asked what he thought of the gathering, he replied, "I see servants preparing more diligently than masters, and masters living more foolishly than servants." The noble grew angry, but Diogenes continued eating olives with complete serenity. His point was clear: comfort often weakens those who indulge in it. Another story tells of Diogenes watching a group of Athenians debate politics for hours. When one speaker launched into a passionate speech about the dangers facing Athens, Diogenes stood, urinated in their direction, and walked away. The crowd gasped, but Diogenes later explained the act. He wished to show that people become heated over matters they do not control, yet ignore the disorders within themselves. To him, the true danger was not external. It was internal confusion masquerading as civic concern. His teachings often targeted the delusion of social comparison. Diogenes observed that people suffer not because they lack, but because someone else has more. A man with a small home envies one with a larger home. The wealthy envy the powerful. The powerful envy the famous. The famous envy the gods. This endless ladder of comparison, Diogenes argued, is the source of constant torment. He called it self-imposed slavery. When someone asked him why he begged for food, he replied, "Because it is better to beg for bread than to beg for a rich man's favor. This statement revealed the philosophical core of his rebellion. Dependency on approval is the worst form of poverty. A man who needs praise becomes a prisoner of other minds. A man who needs nothing gains sovereignty. Diogenes believed that simplicity clarifies perception. Complexity obscures it. The more a person owns, the more their vision becomes distorted by attachment. A wealthy man fears loss. A powerful man fears rivals. A famous man fears obscurity. But a man with no attachments has no fear. He walks freely, sleeps easily, and speaks honestly. The Stoics, while more moderate, adopted this clarity. They taught that desires must be aligned with nature, not excess. They warned that a person who seeks too much becomes unable to enjoy anything, and they offered a structured approach to tempering cravings. Yet Diogenes demonstrated that even the Stoics, for all their discipline, leaned toward comfort compared to his radical standard. The influence of cynicism on Stoicism runs deeper than most modern readers realize. Many of the Stoic exercises originate from cynic practices, voluntary discomfort, reflecting on mortality, rehearsing adversity, rejecting flattery, practicing self-sufficiency. Diogenes was not their founder, but he was their burning torch, uncompromising, direct, immune to pretense. One point where Diogenes and the Stoics align perfectly is in their understanding of time. Diogenes believed that people waste their lives preparing for life instead of living it. They accumulate wealth, hoping to enjoy it later. They study endlessly, without applying what they learn. They pursue goals that bring them no joy in the present moment. Diogenes saw this not as prudence, but as delusion. He argued that a good life is lived now, not in a hypothetical future. Stoicism echoes this when Marcus Aurelius writes, "Do not act as if you will live 10,000 years. Death hangs over you. While you live, while you can, become good." For both schools, the present moment is the only arena where virtue and joy can truly exist. Another philosophical thread linking Diogenes to Stoicism is the rejection of social illusion. Diogenes exposed the ridiculousness of rituals and customs. When Athenians performed elaborate funerals, he mocked the idea that the dead could care about ceremony. When people boasted about lineage, he said that even noble parents produce foolish children. When wealthy men adorned themselves in fine fabrics, he rubbed mud on his cloak and declared himself more honest for not pretending. Through all his provocations, Diogenes sought one thing: authenticity. To be honest with oneself, to see the world without illusion, to remove every false layer that hides the simplicity of human nature. His lantern was symbolic. He carried it not because he needed light, but because society lived in darkness, darkness of hypocrisy, vanity, fear, and pretense. This desire for authenticity forms the philosophical heart of the chapter, a life ordered around what is essential, untouched by excess. And this philosophy, when applied to financial life, becomes a powerful antidote to modern anxieties. For the financial world is built upon desire. Desire for more, desire for speed, desire for status, desire for comparison, desire for excitement. Investors chase gains, not clarity. They pursue complex strategies because complexity feels impressive. They accumulate assets without understanding them. They buy things they do not need, building lives that require more maintenance than they can manage. And then they wonder why their decisions are clouded. Diogenes would point at this world and laugh, not cruelly, but knowingly. He would say, "You suffer because you want too much." The Stoics would refine his words, "You suffer because you want what does not matter." This insight becomes the bridge from philosophy to finance. For the modern investor, the lesson is not to live in a jar or reject society. The lesson is to remove unnecessary desires so that strategy can become clear, to reduce noise so that signal can be heard, to cut the excess so that essentials can strengthen. And it is here, from this ancient simplicity, that we step into the final portion of Part 6, the practical financial principles of minimalist investing, principles that bring discipline, freedom, and serenity back into a world overflowing with options and chaos. If Seneca taught us how to live with wealth wisely, and Epictetus taught us how to endure hardship without breaking, then Diogenes teaches us something even more radical: how to remove the unnecessary layers that smother clarity. His philosophy, though extreme, reveals a truth that modern investors rarely confront: the truth that excess is not merely wasteful, it is dangerous. For excess in possessions mirrors excess in decisions. Excess in complexity mirrors excess in risk. And excess in desire mirrors excess in fear. The minimalist investor may not aspire to sleep in a clay jar or own nothing but a cloak, but the spirit of Diogenes offers a potent blueprint for financial discipline, the art of reducing noise until only what matters remains. To apply his philosophy to the financial world, we begin with the most essential principle of all. Clarity comes from subtraction, not addition. Most investors are taught to seek abundance, more information, more indicators, more strategies, more data, more opportunities. This creates the illusion that mastery is achieved through accumulation. But Diogenes would laugh at that. He believed that truth reveals itself only when distractions fall away. And in investing, distractions are abundant. The investor who follows Diogenes' spirit begins not by adding, but by removing. They remove unnecessary positions. They remove overcomplicated strategies. They remove sources of noise, news, predictions, sensational commentary. They remove emotional triggers, comparison, envy, greed, fear. The result is not emptiness, but visibility. A simplified portfolio is easier to manage. A focused strategy is easier to follow. A quiet mind is easier to discipline. The Stoics understood this. Minimalism was not deprivation. It was strength. The first financial lesson of Diogenes, then, is portfolio simplicity as a form of psychological freedom. A portfolio of 20 or 30 positions is not mastery. It is clutter. It dilutes attention, obscures risk, and creates the impression of diversification without true protection. A minimalist investor chooses with intention. They prefer fewer assets understood deeply over many assets understood shallowly. They craft a structure that can withstand volatility without constant intervention. The second lesson is resistance to market temptations. Diogenes walked through the marketplaces of Athens, unmoved by their offerings. He was not against trade itself, but against the desires that trade inflamed. In modern markets, temptation appears not through pottery stands and olive merchants, but through digital tickers, sensational headlines, speculative manias, and promises of overnight wealth. The minimalist investor must adopt Diogenes' posture, a calm indifference to noise, not cynicism, but clarity. They do not chase the flavor of the month asset. They do not fall into fear of missing out. They do not measure themselves against others. They seek alignment between decisions and principles, not decisions and social excitement. The third lesson is voluntary discomfort as preparation for volatility. Diogenes trained his body to endure cold, heat, hunger, and insults, not because he enjoyed them, but because he believed that voluntary hardship strengthens character. The Stoics adopted similar exercises: cold baths, frugal meals, long periods of silence. These practices are not masochism. They are psychological conditioning. For the investor, voluntary discomfort means training oneself to sit through volatility instead of reacting impulsively. It means practicing holding rather than panicking. It means preparing emotionally for drawdowns long before they occur. It means intentionally exposing oneself to small stresses, like watching a position fluctuate until emotional resilience becomes instinctive. Financial strength is not built during bull markets. It is built during minor discomforts that prepare the investor for major storms. The fourth lesson is reducing lifestyle inflation to increase freedom. Diogenes rejected luxury because he understood a simple truth. Luxury creates dependence. The more a person needs to maintain their lifestyle, the more vulnerable they become to financial stress. The investor who spends freely during good times finds themselves desperate during bad times. This desperation leads to poor decisions, risky trades, short-term thinking, and emotional fragility. The minimalist investor uses a portion of Diogenes' insight. A simple lifestyle increases the investor's time horizon. When expenses are low, the investor does not need to panic during downturns. They can wait out volatility. They can avoid selling at the worst moments. They can invest steadily, even during fear. They become anti-fragile, not because they are wealthy, but because they are unburdened. The fifth lesson is freedom from comparison. Diogenes believed that envy was a sickness of the soul. Modern markets prove him right. Investors compare themselves constantly. Who made more? Who predicted correctly? Who rode the bull market best? Comparison becomes a pressure that warps judgment. It pushes people into trades that do not align with their goals. It amplifies regret. It converts calm strategy into frantic chasing. Diogenes' answer was brutal but effective. Ignore the crowd. Ignore the spectacle. Ignore the scorekeeping. A Stoic investor measures success not by relative performance, but by alignment with their own strategy. The sixth lesson is radical honesty about wants. Diogenes forced people to confront their desires by holding up a mirror that stripped away politeness. He asked questions that embarrassed his audience because the questions revealed hidden cravings. Why do you want wealth? Why do you crave admiration? Why do you fear obscurity? Why do you chase more when you already have enough? The minimalist investor asks similar questions. Do I want this asset because it is wise, or because it excites me? Am I buying because the fundamentals are strong, or because others are buying? Am I investing in alignment with my goals, or am I reacting to emotion? Honesty becomes a shield. It prevents self-deception, the most dangerous form of corruption in finance. The seventh lesson is knowing the difference between enough and excess. Diogenes believed that the greatest poverty is the inability to be satisfied. And in modern markets, this inability leads to destruction. A trader makes a profit but wants more. They double the risk. They triple the position size. They chase faster gains. And then, inevitably, the cycle turns. Gains evaporate. Regret fills the silence. The minimalist investor sets boundaries, a target allocation, a target timeline, a target risk level. And when these boundaries are met, they step back rather than push further. They know that satisfaction is not stagnation. It is strength. The final lesson is wealth as freedom, not status. Diogenes shocked Athens because he lived with nothing yet feared nothing. His wealth was internal, his freedom unmatched. He proved that possessions do not make a person wealthy. Independence does. And independence is the ultimate financial goal. A minimalist investor pursues wealth not for display, but for sovereignty. They build a portfolio that buys time, not trinkets. Calm, not comparison. Stability, not spectacle. This is the essence of Diogenes' legacy. To be rich is to require little. To be free is to desire little. To be wise is to understand what truly matters. Where Seneca teaches resilience in prosperity, Epictetus teaches strength in adversity, and Marcus Aurelius teaches clarity in chaos. Diogenes teaches liberation from the chains we place upon ourselves. There are moments in history when time itself becomes a character, an ancient, silent witness who guards knowledge long after the people who created it have vanished. One such moment began on a warm summer morning in 79 CE, on the Bay of Naples, when Mount Vesuvius tore itself open and erased entire cities in a single day. Pompeii, Herculaneum, Stabiae, all swallowed by fire, ash, and pyroclastic fury. Among these places, hidden beneath meters of volcanic rock, lay a villa unlike any other in the Roman world, a luxurious seaside mansion later known as the Villa of the Papyri. Wealthy beyond imagination, adorned with sculptures and mosaics, it was home to a private library, perhaps the most extensive collection of philosophical texts ever discovered in the ancient world. And for nearly 2,000 years, that library slept. While the world changed above it, empires rising and collapsing, languages evolving, continents being crossed, the scrolls within the villa remained preserved in darkness. Pages of ancient thought, frozen in carbon like insects in amber. Words that had survived not because someone protected them, but because catastrophe buried them too suddenly to burn. It was not until the 18th century, during the construction projects of the Bourbon kings, that workmen tunneling into the volcanic hillside accidentally broke into a subterranean chamber. They found statues first, bronze and marble figures staring blankly through the dust of centuries. Then frescoes. Then, eventually, objects that puzzled them. Black, brittle cylinders that looked like burnt logs. At first, these cylinders were dismissed as debris, but scholars soon realized the truth. These were scrolls, hundreds of them, a library fossilized, a philosopher's voice suspended in carbon. But when scholars attempted to open the first scrolls, they crumbled to dust in their hands. Imagine the despair. Knowledge untouched for 2 millennia, within reach at last, yet too fragile to reveal itself. Every attempt to unroll a papyrus was an act of destruction. The scholars realized that time was both protector and jailer. If handled carelessly, the wisdom entombed within would vanish forever. And so began a strange and patient struggle, a battle not against an enemy, but against the delicate boundaries of physical decay. Researchers devised new tools. They studied ancient adhesive techniques. They practiced on charred scrolls from other sites. They experimented with humidity, temperature, and light. Progress was agonizingly slow. In the century that followed, only a fraction of the scrolls were opened. But even that fraction revealed something extraordinary. Texts believed lost to history, works of Epicurean philosophy, commentaries, letters, entire treatises unseen since antiquity. The scrolls revealed a world of ideas preserved against impossible odds. But the process remained incomplete. Most scrolls remained sealed, still rolled tight, still unread, still too fragile to touch. Generations came and went. Scholars aged and died. Wars erupted and ended. Technologies evolved. And still the scrolls waited. It was not until the 21st century, through digital imaging, X-ray phase contrast tomography, and machine learning, that a possibility emerged: the ability to read the scrolls without unrolling them. Suddenly, after nearly 2,000 years, letters began to appear, faint traces glowing like constellations on a digital sky. Words hidden for centuries emerged pixel by pixel. Time, it seemed, had guarded the library long enough. Now it was ready to release its secrets. This story, The Buried Scrolls of Herculaneum, is not merely an archaeological marvel. It is a revelation about time itself, about silence, about patience, about the strange, almost mystical way in which knowledge and value accumulate slowly, invisibly, beneath the surface of disaster. The ancient scrolls teach us a lesson that echoes through the centuries. Some treasures reveal themselves only on the scale of centuries, not seasons. Some rewards require patience so deep the human mind struggles to grasp it. Some forms of value grow in darkness, untouched by urgency. This is the mythic arc of Part 7, the library that waited longer than any human lifetime for its readers. From this myth emerges the philosophical heart of the chapter, the Stoic understanding of patience as alignment with nature's timing, not one's own. And from that philosophy emerges a profound financial revelation: that the greatest wealth is not earned quickly, but compounding quietly, invisibly, over long horizons. When scholars realized what they had uncovered in the villa of the papyri, they faced a paradox that must have felt almost cruel. They had found knowledge older than empires, preserved by disaster itself, but they could not touch it. The scrolls were so fragile that even the slightest pressure caused them to flake into nothing. And so, for decades, the world stood before a treasure chest sealed shut, not by keys or locks, but by time. The patience demanded by these scrolls was unlike anything the academic world had experienced. Scholars accustomed to debate and discovery suddenly found themselves forced into a discipline closer to meditation. The object of their study could not be rushed. It would open itself only when technology, caution, and the humility to move slowly all aligned. Years passed. Generations turned, and the scrolls waited, untouched, their secrets resting in darkness. This incomprehensible waiting mirrors a central Stoic truth. Human beings suffer when they try to force the unfolding of what must come in its own time. Nature has its pace. Processes have their seasons. And impatience is merely the refusal to accept the rhythm of reality. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "No great thing is created suddenly." The scrolls embodied this better than any philosophical treatise ever could. They were a physical reminder that value often hides beneath silence, that growth can be invisible, and that time, when allowed to work, produces outcomes no human effort could replicate. In the 19th and 20th centuries, scholars continued trying to unroll the scrolls, but success came agonizingly slowly. Some scrolls required months of preparation. Others took years. One papyrus, the famous Philodemus treatise on music, required over 20 years of labor just to reveal its contents, letter by fragile letter, curve by fragile curve. The patience demanded was almost monastic. Yet throughout this process, something remarkable happened. The scholars changed. Their pace slowed. Their expectations softened. Their relationship with time deepened. They began to understand that the scrolls were teaching them something even as they kept their secrets sealed. The library was not merely a collection of texts. It was a teacher of temperament. It taught the value of restraint, the value of humility, the value of letting time breathe. This transformation captures the philosophical essence of this chapter. Stoicism teaches that nature moves at a pace far beyond human desire. It teaches that some things cannot be accelerated, that wisdom unfolds slowly, that forcing outcomes leads only to suffering, and that patience is not passive. It is an active collaboration with the world's unfolding. The Stoics believed that the universe operates on cycles: growth and decay, silence and revelation, dormancy and bloom. The scrolls, entombed for 2,000 years, became the living embodiment of this worldview. They survived catastrophe, neglect, the collapse of dynasties, and the rise of new civilizations. And after waiting longer than any human being could comprehend, they revealed themselves, not fully, but enough to remind the world that some forms of value cannot be destroyed, only delayed. In recent years, machine learning projects, led by researchers who grew up in a world of instant communication and rapid feedback, found themselves slowed by the same paradox. They could not brute force the scrolls open. They had to approach them with the same humility that scholars of the 18th century learned. They had to let technology evolve, letter by letter, pixel by pixel. Even modern algorithms struggled to interpret the faint carbon traces. Digital imaging required refinement. Contrast detection needed improvement. Each advancement came slowly, and then, one day, a breakthrough. The faint word, purple. The first unmistakable word read inside a scroll that had been sealed since before the fall of Jerusalem, before the rise of Christianity, before the birth of the English language. A color, simple and unassuming, became a triumph. That single word represented years of labor, thousands of programming hours, millions of calculations. It was not merely a word. It was a message from antiquity whispering through darkness. Patience reveals what haste destroys. This was the Stoic lesson made visible. Patience is not waiting. Patience is working at the pace that reality permits. Patience is persistence without aggression. Patience is trusting the processes even when the outcome hides itself. Philosophically, the Herculaneum scrolls represent something deeper still: the acceptance of long timelines. The willingness to invest in a return that may not come within one's own lifetime. The scrolls did not reward those who unearthed them. They rewarded those who came centuries later. They remind us that the lifespan of value is not restricted to the lifespan of its creator. And this notion, value across generations, value across epochs, is what the Stoics meant when they spoke of aligning one's desires with nature. Nature is not short-term. Nature is a long arc. The tide does not hurry. Seasons do not rush. Mountains erode over millennia. Forests grow over decades. And knowledge, when preserved, can wait centuries for the right mind to understand it. This philosophical patience is the heart of Part 7. It is the kind of patience that does not demand results, but prepares for them. That does not measure progress by speed, but by direction. That understands that the greatest treasures in life and in finance appear slowly, quietly, with no urgency at all. And from this timeless patience emerges one of the most powerful investing principles ever discovered: the principle of compounding. Compounding is the financial equivalent of the Herculaneum scrolls. It rewards those who respect time, not those who rush it. It grows in silence. It expands invisibly. For years it may appear stagnant. And then, suddenly, it reveals itself, not through spectacle, but through inevitability. If the myth of the Herculaneum scrolls is a story of silence, then its financial lesson is a story of time. Time as a force of creation. Time as a sculptor. Time as the invisible architect of wealth. For just as the scrolls lay beneath ash for centuries before revealing their value, true financial growth, durable, resilient, transformative, unfolds not in bursts of speculation, but in the slow, compounded rhythm of patience. To understand this, imagine again those carbonized rolls sleeping beneath volcanic rock. For 2,000 years, they gained nothing new. They did not expand in content. They did not accumulate interest. They did not update themselves with new pages. They simply endured. And yet, when finally revealed, their value was immeasurable. Their worth had grown not because they changed, but because the world around them changed. This is the first financial revelation of the scrolls. Value matures while you are not looking. The world rushes. Markets churn. News cycles explode and fade. But compounding, the greatest force in finance, is not concerned with human urgency. It grows in the background. It does not announce itself. It does not demand attention. It does not glow or sparkle or shout. It is silent, hidden, incremental. The investor who understands this becomes immune to the noise that shakes others. They begin to see wealth not as a chase, but as a cultivation, not as a battle, but as a partnership with time. The scholar who unrolled a scroll over 20 years understood this. He knew the payoff was distant. He knew progress would look like failure. Some days, he unrolled a single millimeter. Some weeks, nothing at all. Yet he persisted. Because the scroll was worth the wait. The disciplined investor acts the same way. They allocate capital not for this season, but for decades. They measure progress not in weekends or months, but in generations. They understand that the first years of compounding look deceptively small. Tiny gains, modest returns, growth that feels almost trivial. But they stay. They continue. And then, slowly, the curve begins to shift. The slope steepens. The small numbers become larger, then larger still, until the edges of possibility widen into something astonishing. Most investors never reach this stage, not because they lack intelligence, but because they lack patience. They open the scroll too soon. They tear the papyrus chasing speed. They destroy the treasure by demanding it reveal itself before it is ready. The Herculaneum scrolls emerged only when the world had the tools to read them. Likewise, investments reveal their power only when given enough time to compound. This brings us to the second financial revelation. The most powerful returns happen after the point where most people quit. If one plots the growth of compounding on a chart, the curve barely rises in the beginning. It moves at the pace of centuries, slow, humble, almost invisible. This discourages impatient minds. They sell early. They jump strategies. They chase faster paths. And in doing so, they abandon the silent engine that, if left uninterrupted, would have transformed their lives. The scrolls waited 2,000 years. The investor must wait a fraction of that, perhaps a decade or two. But the principle is the same. Time is the multiplier. Time is the advantage. Time is the ally. The third revelation emerges from the scholars themselves. Patience requires structure, not hope. Those who successfully opened the scrolls did not merely wait. They built systems, humidity controls, specialized tools, iterative experiments, protocols to prevent damage, frameworks to document progress. Their patience was disciplined, not passive. This is the difference between hope-based investing and strategy-based investing. Hope waits without preparation. Strategy waits with a structure that ensures survival through uncertainty. The minimalist systems of long-term investors, automated contributions, diversified portfolios, periodic rebalancing, are the financial equivalents of the scholar's careful tools. The fourth revelation is perhaps the most profound. The treasure grows while buried. The scrolls gained value while invisible. Wealth does the same. Most compounding happens in darkness, hidden from your eyes, quiet, unremarkable. True wealth is not built by watching charts. It is built by letting the invisible force of time do its work. The investor who constantly intervenes disrupts the process. The one who steps aside allows it to flourish. The Stoics understood this. They taught that growth often happens in the unseen places, within character, within discipline, within virtue. A person does not become wise by seeking wisdom aggressively, but by practicing small habits daily. This inward compounding resembles the compounding of wealth. Both require consistency. Both require restraint. Both require an acceptance that results will not be immediate. And this brings us to the final insight of the scrolls. Patience is a moral virtue, not merely a financial tactic. The scholars who preserved these fragile texts were not driven by profit. They were driven by devotion to knowledge, to legacy, to the slow unveiling of truth. Likewise, the best investors are guided not by greed, but by integrity. They build patiently. They avoid shortcuts. They resist speculation. They trust long-term processes. A portfolio built with patience does not merely grow in numbers, it grows in character. It reflects discipline, temperance, humility before uncertainty. It becomes a quiet testament to the alignment between human behavior and the laws of nature. For nature does not reward the hasty. It rewards the steady. It rewards those who understand rhythm. It rewards those who honor time. And like the scrolls that waited 2,000 years for the right eyes to see them, wealth waits for the mind mature enough to hold it. As the long arc of the Roman world began to dim, and Marcus Aurelius entered the final years of his life, the empire felt like a fading campfire, its embers still glowing, but the night pressing in from every direction. The northern frontiers trembled with hostile tribes. The treasury bore the scars of a long plague. Generals who once saluted Marcus with unwavering loyalty now carried private ambitions in their hearts. And the emperor himself, once vigorous enough to march with his legions across frozen rivers, felt his strength thinning like parchment worn at the edges. Yet those close to him noticed something strange, something almost serene. Marcus grew quieter, not from weakness, but from a deepening of thought. His eyes, though shadowed by illness, carried a clarity untouched by fear. He no longer clung to outcomes. He no longer wrestled with fate. He no longer consumed himself with the impossible weight of forecasting the empire's future. What he sought in those final years was something far subtler: order within the soul. He spent nights alone in his tent, writing by lamplight as he had done for decades. But the tone of his writing softened. No longer did he struggle with impatience or frustration. His reflections became gentler, more accepting, more intimate. He reminded himself, again and again, to meet each day as though it were borrowed. He wrote that a person should receive wealth or poverty, life or death, fame or obscurity with equanimity, because none of these things touch the inner citadel. Marcus's body was failing, but his mind, disciplined, trained, tempered, was more peaceful than ever. On the frontier, As winter winds howled across the Danube, he would sometimes walk alone at dawn. Officers watched from a distance as he paused beside the river, his breath rising in white clouds, listening to the world in silence. In those moments, he looked less like an emperor and more like a monk. Age had stripped away ambition. Pain had stripped away vanity. Responsibility had stripped away illusion. What remained was a man aligned with himself, a man who had dissolved the boundary between philosophy and life. The soldiers admired him fiercely, not because he led them to dazzling victories, but because he suffered alongside them without complaint. He ate their food, marched their roads, endured their winters. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of someone who did not ask of others what he would not ask of himself. Even dying, he was steady. Even exhausted, he was composed. One night, when his condition worsened, Marcus gathered his closest officers and advisors. He did not give a grand speech. He did not lament the burden of rulership. Instead, he reminded them to keep the empire grounded in justice, reason, and restraint. He urged them not to fear his passing. He reminded them that all things dissolve. The universe, he told them, is change. Life is opinion. And then he rested, as calmly as a man ending a long day's work. Marcus Aurelius died not as a conqueror, but as a philosopher who had learned the quiet mastery of letting go. His death marked the end of the Pax Romana, the last breath of Rome's golden age. Yet the peace he carried within him did not die. It became the echo that traveled further than any legion, further than any edict, further even than the empire itself. Because in the end, the lesson Marcus left behind was simple, that true wealth is inner order, that freedom is mastery of the self, that serenity comes not from controlling events, but from controlling one's interpretation of them, and that a person aligned with their values becomes unbreakable, even at the edge of death. This final teaching forms the spiritual heart of the epilogue. And from here, the path leads to the last segment, the unified financial wisdom of the Stoic investor. When Marcus Aurelius breathed his last breath, the empire mourned, not only because they had lost a ruler, but because they had lost the one man who embodied what a ruler should be. The soldiers who had marched beside him said that his presence had steadied them more than any fortification. The senators who respected him in spite of themselves admitted that Rome had never known an emperor so uninterested in vanity. And ordinary citizens whispered that he was the last leader who truly carried the burden of the world without allowing it to corrupt him. In the centuries that followed, his writings outlived the empire that once trembled beneath his feet. Meditation survived not because he intended it, but because truth tends to endure in the places where ambition cannot reach. His private notes, written for no audience and no praise, became a guidebook for humanity, a guide to clarity, a guide to calm, a guide to living in alignment with what the Stoics called the internal kingdom. And in this final reflection, the lessons of the entire journey converge: Seneca's fire, Epictetus's freedom, Marcus's mortality, Crassus's folly, Cato's integrity, Diogenes's simplicity, and the silent patience of the buried scrolls. Together, they form the final framework of the Stoic investor. It begins with mastery of emotion, because without emotional alignment, every decision becomes distorted. Seneca showed that wealth becomes dangerous only when we cling to it. That abundance is survivable, even ennobling, if the mind remains calm. For the investor, this means learning to hold gains lightly, to remain steady when fortune rises, to understand that prosperity is not an identity, but a temporary condition. Then comes mastery of control, as Epictetus taught. A person who tries to force outcomes will live in constant disappointment. The investor who tries to control the market will be destroyed by it. But the investor who distinguishes between internal and external, between preparation and prediction, builds unshakable resilience. They stop playing the game of forecasting. They start playing the game of discipline. Next is mastery of time. As the buried scrolls illuminated, time is the greatest ally of the patient mind. Wealth grows not through excitement, but through silence. Not through perfect timing, but through consistent contribution. Not through impulsive brilliance, but through allowing compounding to perform its quiet alchemy. The Stoic investor respects time not as a resource, but as a partner. Then comes mastery of ego, taught by the fall of Crassus. Overconfidence blinds. Pride destroys. The investor who ties identity to performance becomes fragile. They begin chasing validation instead of strategy. They interpret luck as skill. They gamble with borrowed confidence. Stoicism strips ego away and replaces it with humility, not the false humility of self-deprecation, but the sober humility of seeing reality clearly. Then we arrive at a mastery of integrity, as lived by Cato. Principles are the rails that keep the mind aligned when chaos intensifies. Without rules, discipline collapses. Without discipline, wealth evaporates. A sustainable investing system is not built on emotion, but on structure, position sizing, risk limits, long-term goals, and boundaries that do not bend under pressure. Integrity is the architecture that prevents collapse. Next is mastery of desire, demonstrated by Diogenes. Most financial suffering does not come from loss, but from craving. Craving faster returns. Craving admiration. Craving the feeling of winning. The Stoic investor knows that desire is a distortion. They keep their strategies simple, their portfolios lean, their expectations reasonable. They pursue freedom, not spectacle. They measure success not by the size of their portfolio, but by the size of their peace. And finally, all of this leads to mastery of interpretation, the essence of Marcus Aurelius's Meditations. Events do not disturb us. Our judgments about them do. A market crash is neutral until the mind calls it a disaster. A bear market is a phase until the mind labels it a threat. A loss is information until the mind converts it into shame. The Stoic investor learns to shape their inner narrative with intention, calmly, slowly, deliberately, until volatility becomes merely another expression of nature. When these 7 domains harmonize, something extraordinary happens. Wealth becomes quiet. Investing becomes an act of clarity. Fear softens. Impulse dissolves. And the investor discovers a form of abundance that cannot be shaken by markets, politicians, news cycles, or misfortune. This is the inner order Marcus achieved at the end of his life. It is the order Seneca sought, Epictetus embodied, Cato defended, Diogenes illuminated, and the scrolls whispered over centuries of silence. It is the order that transforms investing from a frantic pursuit into a contemplative practice. The Stoic investor does not seek riches. They seek alignment. They seek stability. They seek the quiet mind that wealth cannot buy and poverty cannot steal. And in the end, they discover what Marcus discovered on the cold frontier, in the final winter of his life, that the greatest wealth is a mind that no external force can disturb. Settle into your breath. Let the world soften. Let the body release its weight. You are stepping into a quiet space now, a space shaped by stillness, shaped by clarity, shaped by the ancient wisdom that has traveled with you through this entire journey. Tonight, you are not here to think. You are here to empty, to soften, to let your mind sink into a calm rhythm as steady as the turning of the stars. Imagine a small flame in the distance. It flickers, warm and patient, but it does not reach for anything. It simply burns, quietly, naturally, at its own pace. You walk toward that flame, and as you do, the noise of the day falls behind you. Worries fall away. Deadlines dissolve. Expectations loosen their grip. Opinions lose their importance. The mind feels lighter with every step. You come closer. The flame grows brighter. Not aggressive, not demanding, just steady. A calm center in an unsteady world. This small flame is your inner fortress, the place the Stoics called the citadel of the mind. Nothing enters unless you allow it. Nothing disturbs unless you invite it. Nothing controls you unless you surrender control. Tonight, you reclaim this space. Breathe in gently. Feel your chest rise like the slow lifting of morning light. Breathe out slowly. Feel everything you've been carrying drift away. Again. In and out. In and out. Each breath a reminder that life moves at a rhythm that cannot be rushed. Now imagine Marcus Aurelius beside that flame. He does not speak. He simply watches the fire, calm and patient. And you realize that the emperor you studied, the ruler of an empire, the philosopher of the soul, carried the same breath you carry now, the same stillness, the same silence. You sit beside him, and in that quiet, you sense his message without words. You do not control the world. You control your interpretation of it. Repeat softly in your mind, I release what is not mine to carry. I allow life to unfold at its natural pace. I trust my ability to respond with clarity. I am steady, even when the world is unsteady. Let these words drift through you like slow-moving water. Now imagine Seneca entering the warmth of the fire's glow. He sits on the other side of you, serene, elegant, composed. His face is illuminated by the same calm light. He reminds you of another truth. We suffer more in imagination than in reality. Repeat gently, I choose thoughts that strengthen me. I release thoughts that weaken me. My mind is my guide, not my enemy. Let your breath soften again. In the stillness, another figure emerges, Epictetus. He sits humbly near the flame, a former slave who became a master of freedom. He smiles with calm understanding. He has traveled through hardship without losing himself. His lesson rises gently in your awareness. You are free the moment you choose what depends on you. Repeat quietly, "What is mine is my response. What is mine is my discipline. What is mine is my peace." And now, the ambient crackle of the fire deepens. Its glow expands. A soft warmth spreads through you, loosening every remaining tension. Diogenes approaches, barefoot, unburdened, entirely free. He sits with ease, as though this quiet place has always belonged to him. His presence carries a different message, a whisper to your subconscious. You already have enough. Let this become a slow affirmation. I do not need more to feel whole. I do not chase what pulls me away from peace. What matters is simple. What is simple is enough. Breathe. Let the simplicity sink into you. Let the old cravings dissolve, gently, like embers fading into ash. The fire glows brighter now, as if fed by the wisdom surrounding you. Cato enters next, resolute, calm, untouched by corruption. His posture is unwavering. His presence reinforces a different strength. Integrity is wealth. Repeat inwardly, my decisions align with my principles. My principles strengthen my decisions. I am unshakable when I act from values. The fire burns steady. You feel steady. The night feels steady. And finally, the last presence approaches. The quietest, the oldest, the wisdom preserved through centuries of silence. The scrolls of Herculaneum appear in your mind as gentle shapes of carbon black. They do not speak. They do not instruct. They simply remind you of the slow, silent power of time. Repeat slowly. Time is my ally. My growth is steady, not rushed. What is meant to flourish will flourish. What is meant to unfold will unfold. Feel this truth settle in you like deep roots. Your thoughts are now slowing. Your breath is softening. The fire before you glows like the quiet rhythm of a heart untroubled. You are safe. You are calm. You are steady. You are aligned. Let the warmth of the fire sink deeper. Let the ancient wisdom wrap around you. Let your mind drift into the soft darkness of rest. The firelight settles into a steady glow. Its warmth gathers around you like a cloak of ancient calm. Your body grows heavier, softer, more grounded with each breath. You are entering the deeper chamber of the inner fortress now, a place where thoughts lose their edges, a place where the mind no longer races, but drifts, gently, like dust floating through a sunbeam. Here, nothing demands your attention. Nothing interrupts you. Nothing pulls at you. You are held in a silence older than memory. Breathe in slowly. Feel the calm enter your chest. Breathe out softly. Feel every worry fall away. Again. In and out. Each breath a whisper to the nervous system, telling it, you are safe. You can rest. You can let go. Imagine now that you are walking deeper into the fire-lit chamber. The ground beneath you is warm stone. The air carries a faint hint of cedar and smoke. And with each step, your thoughts grow lighter, as if falling away behind you like old leaves. The figures you met earlier remain nearby. Marcus, Seneca, Epictetus, Diogenes, Cato, yet they do not speak now. They simply sit with you in the quiet. Their presence alone calms the mind, the way ancient mountains calm the horizon. You sit again beside the flame, and in this deeper quiet, another truth rises gently into your awareness. You do not owe the world your worry. Let that sentence travel through you like warm light. Repeat softly in your mind, I am allowed to rest. I am allowed to release what is heavy. I am allowed to be at peace. The flame flickers. Your breath slows even more. You are sinking deeper into the soft, slow rhythm of calm. Now a new sensation emerges, the feeling of being anchored, grounded, rooted in something steady and ancient. This is the Stoic foundation beneath you, an inner earth that does not shake, no matter how the world trembles. Let your body feel that steadiness. Let your chest loosen. Let your shoulders drop. Let every muscle soften into stillness. There is nothing to solve now, nothing to fix, nothing to chase, nothing to prove. You are not drifting away from yourself. You are drifting into yourself, into the part of you that has always been strong, always been clear, always been capable of calm. Imagine now that the fire grows wider, but not hotter, its glow expanding, forming a circle of warm light around you. This circle becomes your boundary, a gentle wall of golden calm. Inside it, only peace can enter. Only clarity can stay. Repeat slowly. I am safe within myself. I am calm within myself. I am whole within myself. The breath continues its quiet rhythm. In and out. Each exhale loosening every remaining tension. Each inhale feeding the body with warm, steady light. Now, the fire reveals something deeper. It shows you the quiet truth behind all Stoic wisdom. You do not need the world to be calm for you to be calm. You are learning to carry your own weather, your own season, your own inner climate. Repeat gently. I carry peace within me. I carry clarity within me. I carry strength within me. Feel these words settle like soft embers along the edges of your awareness. Now imagine that the fire projects subtle images into the air, symbols of the lessons you have absorbed. A steady flame for emotional mastery, a clear sky for control over your mind, a long horizon for the patience of compounding, a quiet river for desirelessness, a stone pillar for integrity, a lantern for clarity, a sealed scroll for long-term value. a feather falling slowly for acceptance. Each image appears, glows softly, then drifts away like faint smoke. You do not chase them. You simply watch. You observe without effort. You witness without reaction. And in that gentle witnessing, a deeper calm begins to unfurl. Now repeat silently. I do not cling. I do not resist. I flow with nature's pace. Your body feels heavier now, comfortably heavy, like sinking into warm sand. Your thoughts have slowed to a quiet trickle. The fire before you burns steadily, its rhythm matching your breath. There is no hurry, no urgency, no need to be anywhere else. You are exactly where you should be. Let yourself drift just a little deeper, into comfort, into warmth, into clarity without effort. The fire before you softens into embers now, warm, glowing, steady. No flames, no flicker, only a slow, radiant pulse, the heartbeat of calm itself. Your breath matches that rhythm, almost without effort, almost without thought, in and out, as naturally as the tide touching the shore. Here, in this final chamber of the inner fortress, everything becomes simple. Not because the world has changed, but because you have changed. The world is no longer sitting inside your mind. You have set it down gently, like a heavy cloak at the doorway. And now, you rest beneath the warmth of clarity. Around you, the figures of the philosophers remain, not speaking, not instructing, not correcting. They sit in complete peace because they know you have crossed into the quiet place they spent their lives seeking, the place where thought dissolves and being becomes enough. Marcus Aurelius sits with his hands folded. His presence feels like a steady mountain, a reminder that strength need not be loud. In the soft glow, his final lesson settles into your mind like falling snow. What matters is what you choose to carry. Let this echo lightly. I carry only what aligns with me. I carry only what brings clarity. I carry only what strengthens my peace. Seneca watches the embers with half-closed eyes, serene, weightless. He whispers without speaking. There is no benefit in imagining suffering before it arrives. Let this truth drift into place. I release imagined fears. I release borrowed worries. I release the stories my mind used to tell. Epictetus sits with an ease that feels timeless. His lesson arrives like a soft breeze. Your freedom is within your choices. Repeat slowly. I choose calm. I choose presence. I choose the thoughts that nourish me. Diogenes leans back with effortless freedom, untouched by desire. A faint smile spreads across his face, as if amused by how simple peace truly is. His message is light, simple, and unbound. You need less than you think. Let this become your inner whisper. I let go of excess. I let go of noise. I let go of craving. Cato sits upright, firm yet peaceful. His presence carries the strength of a pillar that does not sway. From him comes a final lesson, gentle but absolute. Integrity gives rest to the mind. Repeat. I am aligned. I am consistent. I am whole. Now, the embers dim further. Their glow spreads outward, washing the chamber in a soft dusk. You sit in this warm darkness, no longer needing images or symbols. Everything has simplified. Everything has softened. It is here that the final truth of the Stoic investor reveals itself, not as a philosophy, not as a lesson, but as a feeling. Your worth has never depended on the world. Your peace has never belonged to the market. Your value has always been internal. Let this truth settle into your subconscious like a seed planted deep in fertile soil. Repeat in the softest voice inside you. I am steady. I am safe. I am guided. I am enough. I am at peace. Now breathe slowly, deeply, gently. The world outside this chamber fades into a distant hum. Softer, softer, until it disappears completely. You are floating now, not away from yourself, but deeper into the quiet space where your mind rests without effort. Your thoughts become slow ripples in warm water. Your body feels dissolved into the softness beneath you. Your breath is the only sound, like a calm wind passing through old pines. Tonight, you sleep in the inner citadel, a place untouched by fear, untouched by worry, untouched by the noise of the world. Here, you are protected, supported, held gently by the wisdom you have gathered. And as you drift into full sleep, one final whisper settles into the deepest part of your mind. Nothing can disturb the peace you choose to create. Let yourself drift now, slowly, quietly, with the calm of someone who has stepped beyond the reach of fear. Sleep well, traveler. You have entered the fortress of your own mind, and it will guard you through the night.